Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
They really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Yes, I think you're kind of understating the dynamic on one side. I mean, it wasn't just about speech policing. After 2020, the left maintained a kind of apparatus of social annihilation. And I went through it myself. I had the ACLU subpoena me and harass me with a lawfare campaign that cost me a lot of money. I had the SPLC and the ADL put me on some sort of hate list that was totally bogus, trying to destroy my reputation. And so I had people, threats of violence against me that were very credible at the time. And so, people trying to get, going after my family, my kids. I mean, we shouldn't forget just how awful that period was and how insane that period was. And unfortunately, while I think that many of the institutions on the left have learned after having suffered some consequences for enabling that, the movements that they have sparked are in fact alive and well. And look, I think the difference that maybe you're not seeing is that the radical, nihilistic, and violent left-wing movements have the full support of the left's institutions. And what we're talking about is a radical, nihilistic movements on the right do not have any institutional support and are bubble up in your Twitter comments, which again, don't agree, but is different in kind, not just in quantity. And in the case of
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, everyone. Please hit the like button as you come in. If you are new to this channel, please subscribe to the channel. Please like this episode and please share it out far and wide to your friends, because I and this show might be their cup of tea. And if I'm not, you can always pour it out and move on. So I stopped this show to call out Christopher Rufo. His number one, I think that that Ezra Klein should be going, well, give me an example of a left institution that is violent. Of course, he's going to say Antifa. And the minute he says Antifa, you know he's full of shit. The right fringe radical institutions not getting support. Well, all I have to say to Mr. Rufo is stand back and stand by. Okay, they've got a fucking president. And why Ezra Klein isn't pushing back on this, I don't know. But he's literally sitting here letting little Christopher get away with, it's not just misinformation, it's outright fabrication. Ezra Klein needs to do better.
Someone like James Fishback, I think it's a great test. Fishback is very charismatic. I think we would all agree on that. I talked with your colleague, Michelle Goldberg, about this. But even with a kind of individual charisma, if he's like the Groyper candidate for governor of Florida, which is, again, like kind of a crazy thing that is happening, I want to see the actual vote tally, because that's going to show me where he is, where he stands with the actual conservative population, the conservative voter, the conservative movement as a whole. I suspect that he's going to get absolutely trounced. It happened with Vivek running against a guy, Casey Putsch, in Ohio. He got blown out by, 60, 70 points. And so by contrast, you look at something like the kind of trans ideological movement that I think is both kind of a lie. It's grounded in a series of falsehoods, maintained this suppressive, threatening, censorious power in the kind of pre-Elon Twitter days and in the general kind of woke years. And then look, another uncomfortable fact, per capita has committed more mass violence than any other group. And so I am willing to indulge in and think it's important to have a kind of criticism of, let's say, elements of my own side. But I also think that if we were to just measure it out, to put it on a scale, you know, it's looking a lot more like this: assassination's attempt against President Trump, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the kind of security posture that's required for conservatives just to go.
Once again, prove that any of this was done by leftists. I know there's been attempts with manifestos and stuff like that. I think that they're just saying it's left because President Trump is supposedly on the right. Again, fabrication, absolutely no proof. This is the people like Christopher Rufo need pushback, and I think people are afraid. Like Ezra Klein, the New York Times, they're afraid of Christopher Rufo. That's why Ezra Klein isn't pushing back.
Go on a college campus. That's how I measure it. It's like I'm looking at it, I'm feeling it, I'm seeing it with my colleagues. After Charlie Kirk was killed, I called all the people, friends and colleagues in the business, and I just like was completely distraught for weeks. And again, like while I don't support James Fishback for governor, again, I think that it's kind of an empty symbolism. Whereas on the other side, it feels like these ideologies have the support of the institutions. They wielded power irresponsibly in the past and still have the kind of ultimate political threat of violence that I know everybody in my world has seen, has experienced, has feared. And so
I mean,
that grounds me.
I guess,
do you not see that? Is that
I don't have the same view of it, but let me hold as saying that your experience of it, I understand, right? And as somebody who also, sometimes deals with threats of violence and other things of that nature, I think the way this often looks to people on the left, particularly looks right now, is that when you say these nihilistic, I think you call them, ideals, ideas are not held at high levels of the right, they're only supported institutionally on the left. I see it the opposite way.
Really?
Right? I see it the opposite way, and I'll explain why. I don't see the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, as like a powerful, potent left-wing actor. They're not
really.
Like,
they could 10 years ago. They could nuke you. I'll
go through my thing. Yeah. ADL, I don't even see as on the left, which is a different question. I understand, but I see the Trump administration as powerfully and potently extreme and willing to use the power of the federal government, from deploying ICE and CBP agents to different cities, to directing the DOJ who to investigate and go after, to after Charlie Kirk's murder, trying to get people fired who are just sort of random people who had done shitty tweets. I do not see a world in which there is this huge separation between the extreme elements of the right and this administration. I keep hearing from people like you, right, who I think has talked about this, that there's a huge number of Groypers working in House and Senate offices in Congress, that, Bronze Age pervert is one of the most popular people to read if you're a Trump staffer. And I see those things actually moving into things like national security strategies, about the civilizational suicide of Europe. Now, I recognize we're not going to agree on all this, right? This part I'm not going to try to bridge the gap. What I will say is that the other thing I think people on the left see has been a sort of movement from 2016 to 2024, where it's almost unbelievable how far things have gone, right? Even Trump 1 to Trump 2 are very, very different beasts. And so all of a sudden, it doesn't look impossible to imagine that Fuentes and Carlson and Fishback are the future, not the fringe. I think a lesson that has been burned into many of us is that it is dangerous to dismiss something that seems to have a lot of energy around it as a fringe, because what is today's fringe is tomorrow's, maybe not center, but much more live and potent political force.
And would you say that you saw that happen on the left between 2014 and 2024?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In part, I think you guys are about to learn some lessons we learned.
Yeah. I mean, maybe so, but I would argue that actually the right has done a better job at managing it. And I think we'll see, and I hope I'm right, that with something like the Fishback campaign, I think of James Fishback as a human meme. It's like amazing. He's like, if you take the mimetic energy from that corner of the online discourse and turned it into a human being, it's like it would look and sound like James Fishback. But the reality is that once those ideas gain contact with the people, the culture, the institutions on the right, they're not going anywhere.
Let me try to frame this more in terms of diversity. Let me try to frame this more in terms of arguments I've seen you making.
Sure.
And tell me if I get a chain in this wrong, you tell me where.
I will.
Right? I think you now have a problem with a racialist right. I think watching the takeover of conspiracies after Kirk's murder has been sobering or scary for a lot of people on the right. To watch people accusing Israel of it, to eventually see people accusing Turning Points USA of it, or some kind of plot from the people around him, I think has been, for major figures on the right, to be making those arguments has seemed to me to be a kind of shocking moment for a lot of you. And then I've watched you and others, on X and elsewhere, like look in your mentions and be like, oh shit, there's a lot of racism here. Something's happening. So
Sure.
You tell me which part of this you don't agree with.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's how I see it, and your general analysis is correct. So there is a racialist right, let's say. I've been writing about this for a number of years, but I think a lot of it is something of an optical illusion where, and you see this on let's say on the left, where a small group of people that is very loud online appears to represent a larger share of a political coalition or the general population than it really does. And so, look, I don't want a racialist right. That is like a clear position on my part, and I think, to the extent that we have like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories bubbling up from the digital sphere, it's a problem that we have to deal with, an untruth or a falsehood that should be called out for what it is. And what I think it is at heart is that, and I've talked to a lot of young right-wing guys, so sometimes I'll have lunch or dinner when I'm in DC or else.
I love this, the racial right. You mean the right. Okay, stop trying to separate MAGA from the racial right. It is the right. Okay, MAGA has taken over the right, and it is racist and racial. It supports racism. So there is no daylight between the racial right and the MAGA right. And dude, Christopher Rufo is one of the most, this dude is a master gaslighter. He is artful. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see him run for president one day.
Where with younger guys and just say, hey, kind of walk me through like what's happening for people. Like we're older now. You and I are middle-aged now. So say, hey, walk me through this thinking, and in kind of a non-judgmental, just kind of help me understand what's happening with some of the more kind of radical or racialist young men. And this is the description that they give. They say, these are guys who hit high school during COVID. They kind of transitioned into an almost a purely digital life.
Hey, let me tell you something, 12th man. You are actually starting to get on my nerves with this bullshit. So 12th man says black people can't disagree with me or they're not black according to Stanley. no idea what this means. Is it even English? 12th man, you sent me emails telling me what a fine example of Black excellence Byron Donalds is. My response is you should be the last person to be talking about Black excellence. You need to master white excellence first. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to have some hobo from Alaska telling me about Black excellence. I know what Black excellence is. You need to keep that shit to yourself. Don't be talking to me. Your judgment of what is a great Black politician, you have a right to your opinion, and I have a right to tell you, don't be emailing me that bullshit. Stick to what you know. And excellence is not one of the things I personally feel you know. Now, son, my patience only goes so far, and you're testing it.
Life, with all of the various rabbit holes you could get into, they came of age as a function of your kind of entering adulthood during the kind of George Floyd hysteria, where their teachers at school, their media, institutions, the government, everyone was saying, you're a young white man, you're the problem, you're the oppressor, you're evil, you should be denied opportunities because of your biology, because of your ancestry. And essentially that they were programmed by the kind of George Floyd hysteria into thinking racially. And instead of what I think is the proper and the correct response, which is to say, we've got to move beyond this. We're going to fight this racialist thinking on the left, on the right, wherever it comes from. They essentially psychologically submitted to it, but then reversed the polarity. I don't think that's a good way to pursue it. I don't think on the kind of philosophical question it's right. I don't think that from the practical political conception it's fruitful. But in a certain way, it's like, I get it. I understand it. Young people are, kind of in a position of growing up and having a chip on your shoulder. I think it's extremely destructive. And what I see as the antidote to this, at least within my political coalition, is to be, an older brother figure to say, hey, I could get why you think that. However, the actual path to success is this other way. So I don't think that this is like predetermined. I actually think that young people have their brain isn't locked in its ways. And so I think you want to bring people who are frustrated towards a better path. And I think that someone like Candace Owens, who's just like driving people into a ditch, you have to kind of guide them away from that.
So I think first there's true.
Let me say this. I know this is boring to a lot of folks. This is not, it's not the weekend show for starters. It is not, attention grabbing. It is not messy. This is important. Christopher Rufo is important. He's one of the backroom players of Trump 1.0, fellow at the Manhattan Institute. This dude is making policy. You may not know who Christopher Rufo is, but this dude almost single-handedly changed the University of Florida's the university system's orientation pretty much single-handedly. This dude is important. He is trying to put an intellectual underpinning to MAGA, and you best know who he is, at least if you're into politics.
Truth to that narrative. I do think that one of the things that happened over the past decade or so, and this is, something I talk about in my first book, Why We're Polarized, is there is a huge upsurge in telling people that the right way to understand life, America, is all through the lens of identity groups. And when you tell people to look at identity groups, they will form a more coherent sense of their own. And a line I have in that book is, identity activates under threat.
Sure.
And so the more you tell people that their identity is a problem, the more they're going to begin to defend that identity and feel that identity and begin to self-define around that identity. So I think all of that happened.
And I think that you would also agree, perhaps, that the institutions, the legal system, the prevailing narrative at universities, corporations, et cetera, was explicitly anti-white for a number of years, that for these young people were formative.
I think it's sometimes moved into being anti-white. I would.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. I'm not even sure it was ever anti-white, but the bottom line is it's a difference of opinion, not automatically defaulting to, oh, the white is more qualified because he's white. That's what changed. All of a sudden you have people that are non-white with the exact same credentials or superior credentials. The playing field got leveled, and it just upset white men specifically. You've heard Trump talk about the Civil Rights Act of 1964 being a good thing, but it really hurt white males. Yeah, it hurt white males because they had competition. It wasn't just white male on white male competition. It was white male, then black male, then Hispanic male, all the way down the line. Whites were not 100% sure of getting the job because they are white. And Barack Obama, he upset an apple cart that it's going to take 100 years to kind of like people to stop being, shook up by it. The days of the mediocre white male failing up are over. Why do you think Be Brave, and I'm sure I pointed this out a couple times in the past, 3 or 4 days, Be Brave talking about blacks are in second place behind whites, but they're living like gods? Well, there are those of us who go, well, what makes whites entitled to first place? Blacks, let's come on and take first place. That's what Be Brave fears. Be Brave loves John Galt because John Galt is okay in that second place. Hey, I own buildings in the ghetto, in the hood, but hey, that's cool. I own buildings. I don't own buildings in Manhattan. I don't own buildings in, the ritzy parts of Washington. I think maybe he has 1 or 2. But bitch, I own buildings. Even if they're in the hood, let's abuse some blacks. I personally am not comfortable in second place. I'm always going to go for first place if it makes sense and it's not just outright destructive. And a person like a Be Brave, that motherfucker doesn't deserve first place just because his skin is white. It's Be Brave who needs to know his place. And his place is not up on a panel talking to me, who is much better educated and more cognizant of the details. Okay. I don't just go on my feelings. It feels white, therefore it's right, or something like that. Be Brave calls me a chicken. Well, this chicken doesn't need to get up on a panel and prove that he's intellectually, educationally, like, name me an area that I'm not superior to a Be Brave. Oh, he can build a shed. Well, motherfucker, who can't build a goddamn shed? Anybody can do it if they want to, but I'm not about to get out there at 61 in 90-degree weather and build a fucking shed. Why do you think I retired, worked so hard to retire early? If I wanted to build sheds, I would, but I'd much rather be fishing. Bottom line is, boo-hoo for the white males. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo for a 12th man who has the gall to fucking email me telling me about examples of Black excellence when he's not excellent. Who the fuck are you to tell me what is Black excellence? Dude, I was embarrassed for you.
Not say it was all explicitly.
I mean, I did hundreds of reports on this from institutions, from banks, corporations, universities. White man bad. If you wanted to just put it into kindergarten language, white man bad. And that was the dominant position for the institutional left.
I remember telling people around me that this thing where people are putting out like papers on what are the negative traits of whiteness was a disaster, right? So I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think there's truth to it.
And legally, affirmative action, DEI, was institutional, government-backed discrimination against one racial group.
So the thing that I'm interested in, though, here is that you're now in power. And I live on a...
Yeah, literally, it wasn't discrimination. It literally was saying, hey, you can't just... the evidence, the best evidence at hand, basically affirmative action looked at results. Okay. And the Supreme Court and politicians have basically gotten rid of, it used to be that laws, people would go, well, hey, we instituted this law, but one particular group unintentionally is affected negatively. It used to be that, we'd go and we'd tweak a law or amend a law or something like that. Well, we've gotten to a point post 1960s that, oh, hey, we don't care how the law affects people. We just care that on the face it's neutral. Affirmative action looked at the results of laws, and people like Christopher Rufo saw that as discrimination. Oh, white people were advantaged, and now we've lost the advantage. Our advantage has gone from 100% to 75%. That's discrimination because it's not 100% anymore. It's obvious discrimination. Yeah, of course, in that simple 1 + 1 = 2 world that people like Christopher Rufo live in, of course, it's discrimination. It's not leveling a playing field or widening the circus tent.
Farm in Washington State. Your
executive orders get past the whole thing. And these things can all go in better or worse directions. These are all long-standing energies in American life. The sort of argument I'm going to make to be, cards on the table about what I'm doing,
please,
is that I think the empirical and epistemological structures on the right and the habits they took on in order to win are playing with passions that are very dangerous. Like, I'll give a good example of this.
Sure.
You can believe what you want about whether or not the immigration of Haitians into Springfield, Ohio was good or bad. The people of that city had mixed views on it. I mean, the mayor and others were very pro, and it had been good for the economy, and Springfield had been in a period of decline, and then you had a large Haitian influx. And then you get into this thing that happened in 2024 about Haitians eating cats and dogs, where there's a Facebook post, and the right, all the way up to Donald Trump in one of the debates, begins adopting it. You sort of go on a quest to try to figure out if it's true, and, to shorthand a long story, maybe in Dayton, Ohio, there was somebody who wasn't Haitian.
Correct.
Who maybe somebody thought, but other people didn't think, had eaten a cat.
That would, somebody and other people is quite important.
People can read your piece.
Yeah.
They can read the Drop Site News article. I'm not going to convince you one way or the other.
But the Drop Site News article, they went out to debunk my story, and they ended up finding another independent corroborating witness. So
it's not how I read it. Not how I read it. But I, on some level, am not even focused on that. What I'm saying is that when you get very into moves like, we are going to accuse broad communities of eating cats and dogs, which I think we can all agree, Haitians are not in general eating cats and dogs. You are going to unleash forms of anger and hatred and fear that are not controllable. And I think one of the mistakes the right has made, and frankly people like you have made, is thinking these passions can then be corralled again. This idea that you can find these really high passion, like mimetic containers, that then you say, well, the real issue here is just we want to have a conversation about how much is the appropriate level of Haitian immigration into Springfield, Ohio. But that the way you get people to care about it, J.D. Vance said this very explicitly, is that, well, people really care about the cats and dogs.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme.
Create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
Which, again, I think my view is that there's never been any hard evidence of that happening in the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio. Like, nobody has substantiated that, and nor have you.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
I haven't made that. And in fact, I've said, look, there's no evidence of this particular claim. We should be more careful.
And so there's been a kind of consistent, like,
we should be more careful, but we're not going to apologize. We're not going to say it was wrong. We just got to be more careful.
This idea that you could unleash, like, really, I think, quite terrible passions and then hold it to a level that is controllable. And what you're seeing with Candace Owens, what you're seeing with the new Tucker Carlson or the old Tucker Carlson, however you want to call it, what you're seeing with Nick Fuentes and the rise of Nick Fuentes, who we've not really talked about, but I think is a necessary figure of thinking in the way we think about this, is that there wasn't a way to stop that move. Like, once people began to move in that direction and there weren't sort of institutions that were strong enough and respected enough to stop it, that the place it's going on the right, when you talk about it becoming a third world click farm, is quite dangerous and quite grim. And now I will let you say everything you think.
Well, oh man, all right. Where do I start? A couple huge.
I gave you a lot there.
A couple huge problems. I mean, one is that, and I'm doing reporting in California right now that has stories that have a similar kind of, let's say, shock value. For example, we did a story on migrants from Mexico and Honduras who come to San Francisco and get free sex change surgeries from the California state Medi-Cal system. This is a kind of explosive story that is true, that represents, I think, a lot of these underlying questions about homelessness policy, about immigration, et cetera. Look, if it's true, it's fair game. And there's a way to handle these stories in a responsible way, that you ensure the facts, that you present it fairly, and that you use it as a method of changing public opinion. Like, that's how it's supposed to work. And so I think that the idea that there are taboos that cannot be crossed because they will unleash these kind of unspecified or vague, dangerous passions, I think is a problem in two regards. One is that if you're going for truth seeking, if you're playing a kind of responsible rhetorical game, no, I don't think that these questions are out of bounds at all. But second, the predictions have always been, that it's going to unleash some kind of horrible nativist violence sentiment, et cetera. But the only example of an ideological driven assassination that we've talked about today is the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
All this being said without a trial having happened. So sad. It was ideological. Ooh, the left did it. Like Charlie Kirk was that important? I mean, he was important, but dude, Charlie Kirk, it is so funny that these people, I think Charlie Kirk is more important after his death than he was before it. So many people surprised me on YouTube where Charlie Kirk was omnipresent. So many people surprised me when they said, oh, I don't know who Charlie Kirk is. Yeah. He was real important.
This kind of prophecy of political violence is really comes from the institutional ideologies on the left, not the institutional ideologies on the right. And I think that fact has been hammered home over and over and over these last few years. And look, like those of us on the right who are in this business, probably have to have like a little bit more firmness to say, no, the facts are not on your side in this argument.
So let me be more specific about what I'm saying, because I'm not making a vague prophecy of political violence. And I'm also not saying that there are these taboos you shouldn't touch. I think where I'm disagreeing is to say that there actually isn't truth seeking here. There isn't enough truth in these arguments. There's too much of an attraction.
Which arguments?
So arguments like the Haitian cats and dogs. We'll talk about others in a second.
Which is fine. Yeah.
And that the thing I'm worried about has arrived, right? I'm not talking about an unspecified future in which I am concerned the right will increasingly be taken over by conspiratorial, racist, misogynistic elements. I'm looking at a world where Nick Fuentes is a major figure on the American right.
Well, you guys are doing a great job at raising his profile.
Tucker Carlson is the guy who raised his profile,
which I think was a mistake.
I think it is legitimate to say Tucker is the biggest figure in right-wing media. And he brought on Nick Fuentes and gave him such a gentle, kind interview. And Tucker, here's one thing I do.
Hell, Trump had him over for Thanksgiving dinner a few years back. Look at Christopher Rufo with his selective memory.
Don't underestimate with Tucker. He's fucking good. He's a good interviewer. He has incredible talent as a media figure. If he wanted to cut that guy apart, he could have, as he did to Mike Huckabee when he wanted to do that, or to Ted Cruz when he wanted to do that.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis, but so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it. And you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology. I'm confused.
And he didn't, because I think Tucker understands quite well where the passions are and where the energy is. And when I hear you sometimes, I hear you being more concerned about this. You're a little chiller in this, and I recognize you're talking to, in a New York Times podcast studio. But what I'm saying is I actually don't think the balance is right. That I think for some time people have been, and Donald Trump himself is like the king of this. There's a view to, it's the old take him seriously, not literally view. That, the thing that is being said maybe doesn't hold up.
I'm hoping that you can give me a little bit more, though, because I'm saying, well, what are you actually saying?
All right, so I'll give you a little bit more.
Nick Fuentes was on a podcast. I mean,
are you saying Nick Fuentes is not a big figure now and is not influential among young people on the right? Is that really, would you really make that argument?
No, I would make a slightly different argument. I think that Nick Fuentes is not a fundamentally political figure. He's a hyperreal figure of spectacle. That again is, you can read my writings on the question. You can read my writings on this exact question. I think he's a bad influence. What I've cautioned people on the right about that genre of personality is that when someone goes on a video and says, I love Hitler. Obviously, we don't love Hitler. Neither of us are fans of Hitler.
Okay, listen to this. Oh my God. I wish I were there. I would have already handed in my resignation. Obviously, we don't love Hitler. Really? There are people in Trump's White House. There's some senators that I have to think of names now. I hear it all the time right here on YouTube. The mustache man. Dude, Christopher Rufo is a master gaslighter. Of course, he might not personally love Hitler, but there are probably people in his little Manhattan Institute who love the mustache man.
But you should resist the temptation to be scandalized and shocked and lose your capacity to reason and perceive it correctly. Because what this is, it is a hyperreal spectacle optimized for digital algorithms to harvest attention and to harvest clicks. It's not actually political in that sense. It's not optimized towards any political outcomes. I just reject this idea that, some dumb kid that has hijacked the algorithm with like superficial ideological spectacle is somehow therefore a symbolic of where the right is going as a whole.
I think hyperreal is doing work in this argument that is not actually connected to what hyperreal means. I can imagine somebody sitting in front of me, even sitting in front of me here in 2015, and us younger, handsomer.
Yes, yeah.
And you telling me this about Donald Trump.
Tell you what.
That, listen, you all are being easily provoked. You're looking at a hyper-real, algorithmically oriented, attentional spectacle and treating it like it's a serious political force. And then maybe if I had been wiser about what Donald Trump represented and the way in which the hyper-real and the real were going to converge in the life that we actually lead here, I would have said, no, attention is the fundamental currency of modern American politics.
Sure.
Things that we have actually fewer defenses against things that feel fundamentally ridiculous. Things that this is an era of the trickster spirit, not the earnest energies. And many people like me, I mean, you may remember this, Huffington Post initially would only cover Donald Trump's campaign in its...
Let me make a small announcement to my friend 12 man. Son, I no longer take what you're trying to do in the chat seriously. I've switched to ad hominem mode. All I'm going to do is roast your dumb ass for keeping up this foolishness. My opinion, which I have a right to, is that you should never say black excellence in an email ever fucking again to me in your life. You're not white excellence. You're not excellent. You are just some dude on 20 acres in Lonely Town, Alaska, and that's perfectly fine. But don't pretend to be more than you are. Don't you ever fucking email me about who is black excellence and who's not. You're just not the guy to do it. My opinion, and respect my opinion, when you email me, you're invading my goddamn email, moron. So you can wheedle in the chat all you want. All you're going to get is jokes now, because I never took your point seriously in the first place. Now, don't become my nemesis.
celebrity and entertainment news
Is
section.
that right? I don't remember that.
Because
That's
he
very
was
funny.
a ridiculous, hyperreal spectacle, and to treat it as a serious thing would have been absurd. I think many of us were perfectly willing to say Nick Fuentes is a marginal, absurdist figure. And then it became clear in the Tucker Carlson moment, and given where Tucker has gone, that there's like a conveyor belt of these ideas, and they go from the fringe to the far right to the slightly less far right to Donald Trump.
Okay.
Listen to this dumb fucker. See, this is be brave level intelligence. Excellence is based on what you own. That's why little fucking white supremacists like you and Be Brave worship billionaires. Ooh, he's a billionaire. He must be excellent. Dude, this is the wonderful thing about bottom feeders, white bottom feeders specifically, is they claim solidarity with the whites and the elite whites and the Western civilization and all. Dude, most of your like actual smart white founders and framers, they were elites already. They didn't have to give a fuck about who owned what. They just did. So if you're basing your excellence on who owns what, then maybe that's why you're so proud of that 20 acres of scrubland in Alaska. I'm sorry, 12th man. My opinion hasn't changed. You don't get to tell this black man what black excellence is because you're not white excellence. You are just some dude in lonely town, Alaska, with 20 acres of scrubland that a moose occasionally wanders through. I'm not impressed. I'm rarely impressed when you call into every panel blitzed out of your gourd. You're not excellence. It's just my opinion. Live with it, son.
Well, here's where I would disagree. And you actually have a real world test, right? These kind of ideological media figures are playing a very different game than Donald Trump was playing. And you know that because Donald Trump actually played the game. He announced for president, and he, against the odds, against many of the institutions, he won. And so you have to say, yeah, Trump also uses media, but that's like, that's a superficial comparison. You have to say, what is the actual goal? And the goal for like the streamers is not to pass legislation. It's not to win elections. It's not to cobble together a majority, but it's in fact it's kind of a narcissistic endeavor to get personal attention. And so, but that's the end point. There's no actual bridge that can go over. And look, that's
but because can't it change minds and can't it change people's politics?
It could change minds, but like, not to the extent that you think, because people look at it more as a form of entertainment, soap opera, personality drama than an actual viable political move. And so, yeah, I think that you're kind of conflating the media spectacle with the fundamental political arena. And I think that boundary is not as permeable as you're suggesting. And in fact, to make that boundary more explicit is better, in my view, for my own kind of political desire, but also better for the country. And so when I see the kind of online right and the New York Times both doing like puff pieces on the latest, like kind of right-wing figure, right? It was David Duke, and then it was Richard Spencer, and now it's Nick Fuentes. This is a stock character in American discourse, and I just refuse to take the bait.
I don't think David Duke is a marginal figure. I mean, I will say
you don't
this.
think David Duke is a marginal figure?
Here's what I mean. I think John Gans, who's he's a great Substack and is a sort of interesting history-based theorist of American politics. He's got this book about the 90s called When the Clock Broke, I believe. And I've had him on to talk about the book. And the argument he would make about David Duke, about a bunch of figures who rose in that period, Patrick Buchanan, Samuel Francis, is that.
Yeah, this is very disingenuous of Rufo. Oh, David Duke might be a marginal figure, but much like, let's just use a horrible metaphor or simile, actually. These people have disciples, and you've seen those commercials. You tell someone, and they tell someone, and they tell someone. No, calling David Duke a marginal figure, that is disingenuous.
That if you look at what they were figuring out about politics, I mean, David Duke, by the way, we should note, ran for office. He did not come that far from winning for Louisiana governor.
In
the 90s.
Sure.
And, there was a style of politics that they got kind of quite good at figuring out. And Ganz's view, and I agree with this view, is that much of what the populist right is today is built on that, often quite explicitly with Samuel Francis and others. Okay, make your case.
Absolutely not. I mean, look, for those of us who are, I'm in the institutional right. I know the people, I know the personalities, I know the organizations. That figure is a pain in the ass. Nobody wants it. Nobody likes it. Nobody believes in it. And in fact, that figure, as we found out recently with the revelations about the Southern Poverty Law Center, is not only a useful tool for institutions on the left, but in many cases was actually secretly funded by the kind of left-wing civil rights outfit known as the SPLC.
Which we were talking about David Duke?
Not David Duke in particular, who knows? But I'm saying that—
You're saying David Duke is maybe a left-wing plant?
Yes.
100%. I think that's ridiculous.
I'm not saying that in the sense of totally wholly created, but certainly used by, right? The whole idea was this kind of smear effect where the media would go out and say, this bad person, supports your campaign. And then you'd have to disavow and go through this whole kind of routine.
But the point I'm kind of interested in here is, my view, and I think this is a fairly wide held view, is my worry is that the institutional right is getting steamrolled.
By whom? Yeah.
In many cases, in order to survive, it is dramatically changing what it is, like the Heritage Foundation.
Sure.
In other cases, by Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not the candidate of the institutional right. If the institutional right had its way, Jeb Bush would have been the nominee. The idea that the institutional right has been racking up victory after victory is ridiculous. The Republicans saw speaker after speaker after speaker until they got one who was more like properly compliant.
Sure.
The institutional right has not had a strong winning record. And again, part of my argument here is that I think this is because it keeps thinking it can maybe control these forces and it can't. You asked me earlier to sort of be more specific on a story. So I want to talk about a story you did. In November, you wrote a piece with the title, "The largest funder of al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer." Tell me what the piece was about.
Sure. So this was a feature investigation that we did in Minnesota looking into organized Somali fraud. And so we spent a number of months on this piece. We went out to Minnesota. We reviewed court documents. We interviewed law enforcement, both on the record, on background, and then our story, and this had been kind of bubbling up in local press and bits and pieces, was that in fact Somali fraudsters were exploiting Minnesota and federal welfare programs, autism programs, daycare programs, Medicaid programs, and looting billions of dollars from American taxpayers. And this was the story that really blew open the Somali fraud story on the national stage. And then since then, as sometimes happens when you report on an explosive story, it kind of ricocheted into an entire movement, really looking at large-scale fraud in American public institutions.
So there's a couple pieces of this. So as you note, the fraud had been, reported elsewhere at the Star Tribune. It had been
Bits
in
and
national
pieces,
news.
yeah.
There are bits and pieces. there were prosecutions, right, which is where a lot of the information came from that began in 2022 under the Biden administration. The big sort of move you made in this was to say this is financing foreign terrorism. What was that argument?
Sure. I mean, the argument is pretty simple, and the mechanics of it are this. So we have billions of dollars being stolen by Somali fraudsters in Minnesota. We then have huge amounts of money being transported out of Minneapolis Airport, Seattle Airport, in cash, in actual physical currency, in suitcases that goes to Mogadishu. And then when in Mogadishu, it is distributed through various parts of the country through what is called the Hawala Network. Hawala Network is the name for kind of informal, cash-based, clan-based financial institutions. They don't have a strong formal banking system in Somalia. It's a rough part of the world. And so they have these couriers that move money in cash. And all kinds of think tanks, military, U.S. government, Department of Justice, Republicans and Democrats have essentially made the case that Al-Shabaab is taking a cut of Hawala financing. And so when we talked with federal law enforcement agents and investigators who have been working on this case, they told us that the flow of funds was this: from the taxpayer out of the airport in suitcases to the Hawala networks in Somalia, and therefore to the Al-Shabaab terror networks taking their cut. Essentially, like we have Visa that takes like 3% of your credit card transactions. In parts of Somalia, Al-Shabaab takes a cut. Not exactly sure how much that is. And federal investigators say, hey, once it exits the country into the Hawala system, you can't claw that money back. There are no written receipts or banking transactions. But the scale of that money that was remittances from fraud was so enormous that over time we're talking about huge sums of money.
See, this is where I think Ezra Klein's going wrong. He's letting this Somali in Minnesota narrative go on too long. He should have given it like a few minutes, maybe 5 at most, and then nipped it in the bud and moved on. This is one thing that I've learned in my short time, running panels like this. If you know somebody's going to come up, and if you give them enough rope or enough time, they're going to spin their standard narrative, then you control the panel. You control them. And you'll hear people like Vanta or Seymour or Ryan Bardwell or Be Brave. No, I'm not coming up to your panel because you'll put me in the back. You damn Skippy, I will, bitch. If you can't answer a direct question or stay on point, of course I'm going to put you in the back because it's my panel. And this is not a free speech platform. Okay? Fuck free speech. Answer questions and be interesting. If you're going to come up here and spin your standard narrative that you do on all the other YN panels, well, then go to those YN panels where you're welcome. To be here, you actually have to be on top of your game. You have to be interesting, and not even that interesting to me, though I am the number one judge, just interesting in general. And too many people like a Be Brave or a Seymour, they say the same dumb shit like the broken record brains they are over and over and over. They don't have wide intellectual range. Knightish is another one. Knightish has about 4 things that he can build a 20-hour show on, but it's only 4 things, and the shit gets boring. The 4 things aren't even that interesting. So, 12 man, you're not that interesting. If 20 acres, what you own, is the most interesting thing about you, I don't call that excellence. I call it one note.
So I want to take a beat on whether or not this turned out to be true. So the key named source in your story was a retired terrorism investigator named Glenn Kearns. He later came out, claimed that he was misquoted. He said later the story was bullshit and that he did no on-the-ground investigating in Minnesota. The two top prosecutors of the fraud in Minnesota said the perpetrators are motivated by greed. There's no evidence of terrorist financing. Do you still stand by that?
Of course I do, yeah. And a couple things. So the Glenn Kearns detective is very odd. We have him on the record.
Okay, let me say this now. 12th man, if you're blocking people as a fucking moderator because you can't deal with them, then you don't need a mod wrench, bitch. We don't block each other in the chat. You can leave, but blocking each other, nah. We're going to talk to each other in this chat, whether you like what he's saying or not. You unblock Khan, or I just fucking take your wrench and you can think about it for 24 hours. I expect immediate action. Okay, that's unacceptable to me as a content creator and channel owner. You hear him out and you fight back like a man, or you just fucking take your fucking wrench and go somewhere where you can throw you can take your toys, your temper tantrum in another sandbox.
We have, a transcript of his interview. I'm not sure what happened. My suspicion is that when this story blew up into a huge national story, he got spooked or scared but the paper in Minneapolis tried to go through our piece and with a kind of criticism, couldn't lay a glove on it, didn't debunk or even really contradict any of our points. You had, one source who knows, don't know his personal circumstances. But
he was the only named source.
I don't think he was the only named source in the piece.
He was the only named source making this terrorism argument.
Well, incorrect. So we had multiple high-level federal officials who confirmed to us the flow of funds. We substantiated it with contextual reporting from Foundation for Defense of Democracies, from the United States Military Academy, from the Department of Justice. We were saying simply, logically, if we know from a variety of sources that Al-Shabaab is skimming off the Hawala network, and we know from a variety of sources that money is moving through that network from fraud committed in the United States, it's a logical syllogism, right? A, B, C. And so we know that this to be true. And I think that idea that because they weren't motivated by terrorism is not something we alleged and is essentially irrelevant. The facts as they played out were that the Al-Shabaab terror network benefits from fraud in the United States that has passed through their financial system.
Your piece is actually quite careful, right? I've read the piece, I've read it carefully. And you're right, you don't allege that the point of this is to fund terrorists. Then when you sort of promote the piece, your tweet is, Somalis are stealing billions of dollars from American taxpayers and sending cash to terrorists back home. It's time for @real Donald Trump to revoke temporary protected status for all Somali nationals in the United States. It's time for them to go home. And I have, I think, 2 or 3 issues here.
2 or 3, all right. Let's go through them one by one.
Yeah, we'll do them. We'll do them. I'll give them to you all. You have a limited number of people, right, committing crimes. They're being prosecuted, right? The prosecutions begin under Biden. This was not like a swept under the rug thing. You guys did not come up with this. You didn't find it yourself. And they were stealing a lot of money. I mean, that part is true. The sending cash to terrorists back home, as you say, you have a more complicated
I linked
view.
to the piece, and then you could your rhetorical
and then none of the people, as far as I can tell, were doing this were under temporary protected status, which is only about 750 people, right? So there's this move to say it's not just like some criminals, it's Somalis. And it's not just some money is being scammed because of a weak banking sector, it's they're funding terrorism. And then it's to get Donald Trump to deport people who are unrelated to the crime.
Okay, so a couple points on that particular argument. So the point of the piece broadly, it raises the question of immigration, cultural compatibility. And if you talk to people with an expert in Somali culture, as we did, and the history of Somalia, as we did, you get the clear sense that in Somalia, there is a kind of kinship and clan-based culture that is prevalent for a variety of historical and social reasons. And because there has been a weak central government, contested central government in Somalia in the modern period, there is a feeling that exploiting the central government is permissible. And I think the underlying point, which is very uncomfortable, not just for people who are small L liberals, but even for many conservatives, is that actually all national cultures are not equal. And in fact, because immigration is a group-based or national border-based system, you have to be prudent in which nations of origin you prioritize in immigration. And so I think the record on Somalis in the United States and elsewhere on many of those metrics is not good. You have low levels of education, high levels of welfare dependency, and you have these cultural incompatibilities, let's say. And so again, in a prudent national interest-based immigration policy, I would put Somalis down lower on the list. And I think that's perfectly defensible.
I don't have a problem saying that American immigration policy should serve our interests,
sure,
should not just be omnidirectional. What I am saying is that to take a crime committed by a limited number of people, then say this is something about an entire group of people, and you should deport these unrelated people, like that is a bad thing to do, and to yoke this sort of larger argument you're making to this much more kind of tendentious, well, some of the money that goes because of this fucked up system back in Somalia can get taken by Al-Shabaab. To finish the thought, and
sure,
then I'll let you take it where you want to take it. That is, and to that's part of this larger point I'm trying to make to you, which is that you are not putting like passion in service of reason. You're unleashing things here that are like first going to really harm people who did nothing wrong, right? These Somali temporary protected status, I mean, many, as you say, Somalia is a tough place. Many people flee it for completely reasonable reasons, and we, honor them for doing so and trying to make a better life for them and their families. Like, they did nothing wrong. I think you actually do believe, from many things you've written, in like the primacy of thinking about the individual. If you want to say that our immigration policy should not favor Somalis, fine, fair enough.
But our immigration, the temporary protected status is based on group designations, and in fact, Somalis, Haitians,
but the people you're going who did not do this crime, right? We agree on that part, right?
Hold on. Well, let me take it. Let me take it in pieces. Mm-hmm. So, a couple kind of factual problems here. You said a limited number of people.
Well, let's talk about the main factual problem. You said group identity. How are Somalis, not Somalians, by the way, how are Somalis and Haitians similar? See, this is what Ezra Klein is not doing. There are little mile markers in Christopher Rufo's very racist argument here. What group? What group do Somalis and Haitians belong to? I'll let you take a guess. We'll read Christopher Rufo's mind. Bottom line is, how Ezra Klein missed that, I don't know.
Committed these crimes.
Shit, I heard it on a video.
Crimes. I'm actually not sure that that's true, and I'll explain it why I believe that. If you look at the actual schemes committed by Somalis, for example, for autism services, you had members of the Somali community opening up fake clinics with fake patients that were receiving, kind of fake treatment. And what we're looking at is actually a non-insignificant number of people that were involved or had knowledge of these schemes as they were unfolding, because you're talking about thousands of patients, larger family sizes. And secondarily, prosecutors told us over and over and over, we're just looking at the tip of the iceberg. We don't have the prosecutors, we don't have the investigators, we don't have the manpower to actually unravel all of these fraud schemes. And so let's just say the median estimate, kind of responsible estimate, is $5 billion. Well, they've only uncovered fraud schemes in maybe $300 million. And so that would indicate that actually the vast majority of the schemes were simply kind of vanishing through your fingers. And so you're actually getting what I believe is, because also the Somali community is very concentrated in geographically tightly integrated in kinship networks, I actually think you're getting the complicity or knowledge of actually a non-insignificant part of this community. Are most Somalis in
but you don't
Minnesota,
have proof of that.
I think it's just logical, and I think that we can make the argument with a high degree of certainty based on the court documents, based on the total of fraud committed, and based on how these things are structured. And then look, this is mass fraud committed.
So essentially, circumstantial evidence. You're just going to draw in, stuff from out on the periphery into the center to make a basically race-based argument, because they are like the pet-eating Haitians. They're part of the same group. Dude, Christopher Rufo is not that bright, and apparently neither is Ezra Klein. Dude, he's making an argument that's just going over Ezra Klein's head. And I can't imagine why. So let's skip ahead, because I see people are getting bored with this shit. I'm not. But let's see. Trump's fraud pardons. Let's hop ahead.
Hacking it either.
I'll attack it right now.
Okay.
Shouldn't have done that. And in fact, if these people were convicted of fraud at that scale, 20 years seems like a light prison sentence. I would double it personally. And so, this is
the push I'm making, and I recognize you're not going to defend this, but there is this movement on the right now to focus on fraud. You've been very much leading this. Meanwhile, I look at Trump, and he's gutted the machinery of anti-fraud enforcement all across the federal government. He gutted it at the IRS. There's a tremendous amount of fraud in tax returns. We all know that. And huge amounts of money are being stolen under those terms, because now the audit capacity has gone way down. He gutted inspectors general across the federal government, the people seeing what is happening inside these organizations. He destroyed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which did a lot of anti-fraud work.
Debatable.
I recognize we would debate it, but what I don't think is debatable is that Trump and this administration have sort of systematically gone across the federal government and taken apart parts of the government that are supposed to watch if the government itself is committing fraud, and if taxpayers and others are. I look at the country right now, and I see Donald Trump has, you using piracy around the Somalis. I think of the Trump and the Trump family as pirates. I think that they are looting the country for their benefit. I think that that's what the Qatari plane is. I think that's what the crypto investments are. I think that's how Trump and his family have increased their net worth by billions of dollars. And I'm not saying you support it, but I don't understand how you think you're going to have let me interrupt this
right here. If you voted for Trump, you supported it. Now, maybe at the time you had no clue that Trump would go this far, but if you're sitting across from me at the table defending this shit, then you support it. Ezra Klein, Ezra Klein would be poor and on the streets if he took the Stanley Cross method and pissed off all the people who come to these interviews. So Ezra, if you're listening, and I know you're not, don't take my advice, but if I were there, Christopher Rufo would be pissed off and leaving because I would crush his little spirit. You're either for fraud and grift, or you're against it. I'm gonna skip ahead past this too, because this does need to come to an end.
one of my critiques of the right now, and I have my own of the left, and I've talked about many of them, but I think the right likes to talk about virtue and doesn't insist on it. And virtue, to go back to what we were talking about around telos and your telos, is very much in part about restraining the passions and channeling them productively. There's a lot of talk about virtue, but the people who are leaders on the right, Donald Trump very much included, are not virtuous often. And if they have enough power, that is looked past. If they have enough strength to their passions, that is fine.
Yeah, this is that MAGA black, MAGA white. I think 12th Man distilled it down to a very pithy one-liner, a few words. You're successful if you own stuff, and Donald Trump owns stuff. That's why he's president, because he owns stuff. That's why these fucking MAGA knuckleheads, 77 million of them, voted for the worst president possible at this stage of the game in 2026. Because he owns stuff. I own 20 acres of land, dude. 12th Man, if I really wanted to go in on the 20 acres that you own, I would just ask you, besides fucking carving out a road, what have you done with it? But I'm not going to go there. But you need to understand, don't you ever tell me what black excellence is. I was frankly offended. And it wasn't, dude, I tried to send you a subtle warning with my response, which was something like, you have no idea what black excellence is. And then you kept sending me emails. I found the first one offensive, but when you get drunk, 12th Man, you lose all sense of social clues. I thought it was obvious with my tart reply that, whatever ha-ha joke you had, that would be the end of it. Dude, you just kept sending me, insisting, if you disagree, they can't be black excellent. Dude, you are fucking offensive, 12th Man. I told you umpteen times you are a racist and you're not smart enough or sober enough to understand how racist you are. You are literally a competitor with Be Brave and John Galt. Motherfucker. And Solid Snake's another one. Y'all are all in that same class of, I was just drunk and making a joke. Nah, motherfuckers, you are offensive racists with barely tolerable personalities. And I don't have to fucking tolerate you. Friendship has nothing to do with you just being offensive, 12th Man. If you're going to tell me about excellence, it needs to come from a place of excellence, and it's not that 20 acres or the shack you're living in. Excellence does not emanate from your shack.
And similarly in the informational sphere, in the attentional sphere, there is a lot of playing with stories that are designed, like mimetically constructed, to arouse very, very, very base passions. Those stories are often much more complicated, if they're true, beneath them. And there's a view that can be channeled in the right direction. And I think the opposite is happening, that in fact, the people who are restrained are really losing out in the right attentional sphere, because it's this constant, you can't get heard if you're not now playing this game of incredibly weaponized, like explosive allegations, which of course is going where that ultimately always goes, which is towards anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, like the oldest intentional move in the book.
You're raising, I think, a really important philosophical question, and the conservative tradition offers a lot of good debate, discourse on this question. The question is this: you have what we might say Aristotelian virtue or Christian virtue, and then Machiavellian virtù, which is it's the same word.
Dude, literally dumb. You're jumping ahead. It's all within the Western tradition, but Machiavelli is a whole different thing. Aristotle probably a little bit more. Look, these were building blocks. Machiavelli less so. Aristotle, of course, but it was more a Roman sort of system. Let's see what this fool has to say. He wants to compare 3 types of virtue, and I don't think he's going to be able to connect those dots.
But a totally different conception. And for Machiavelli, virtue, the political virtue, was the virtue of how to win power, how to maintain stability, and in his book on republics, how to have a flourishing republic, which often requires cunning, ambition, design. And so politics is always a conversation between virtue and virtù. And you're essentially reconciling means and ends.
If you go back and you look at histories of liberalism, nobody's talking about Machiavelli in the fucking nobody talks about Machiavelli in the fucking Declaration of Independence or the Constitution. See, this is what these motherfuckers want to do. I swear, someone tell me the Machiavellian influence on the Constitution. And there might be, I'm not that type of scholar or any type of scholar, but come on, dude. Again, misdirection and gaslighting.
And there are people who will argue, academics in particular, even those on the right, well, we need to have deontological principles that you can make, the ends, the means always have to be 100% pure towards 100% pure ends. And I laugh. It's like, well, only an academic could really, make such a case, because the reality is that in politics, it's an imperfect world, and you're constantly balancing means and ends. You're constantly taking the measure of virtù and virtue. And so you have to figure that out. You have to figure out where you're personally comfortable, where you personally can feel that your work is justified. And then as a movement, as a whole, this is a constant negotiation. And look, in my mind, political leaders are not your friends. Political leaders are not your priest. Political leaders are kind of blunt instruments. Political leaders are means to an end. And there's no easy answer there. There's no immediate answer there. But what I would say is that those are the people that are my compatriots, the people that I'm fighting every day alongside and along with, are high integrity people, very smart people, conservative institutionalists who understand the moment.
You know what? You're absolutely right. The only people you hear talking about Machiavelli are people like Harvey Mansfield, basically conservatives. Conservatives can be a branch of liberalism, but often they're kind of opposed. We're talking liberalism versus a sort of Machiavellianism. Politics evolved into a Machiavelli sort of prince landscape, but the country was founded on liberalism. Excuse me. The country was founded on liberal principles, and dude, Christopher Rufo knows this. Either that or he's just like developed his own narrative. And I don't have a problem with people developing their own narratives, their own rhetoric, their own stories. But Ezra Klein needs to be able to meet him point by point. I'm disappointed in Ezra. He should have Christopher Rufo fucking getting up and fighting and inviting him back to his territory. Excuse me. 12th man, I have zero tolerance. I don't care. I literally have zero tolerance for you at this point. So I'm going to let you up, but zero tolerance. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Happy Wednesday to you too.
I don't care about any of that bullshit. Get to your point for being here.
Well, I tried to unblock
Okay, I don't care about your technical incompetence. It doesn't concern me. You blocked him, therefore you should be able to figure out how to unblock him. What's next?
Well, it's confusing.
I don't care.
But
I do not care. You blocked him. You should be able to unblock him. Might take you a while. But dude, what else you got? Because I'm ready to move on.
Move on.
Good. So let's finish this up. Or we may move on sooner. Just 4 minutes.
Understand that we need to kind of deliver tangible political victories. We can't retreat just to abstract speculation. And who, look, we're playing the game. And in my view, the game is simultaneously to improve our own capacities, but also to win in the arena. And so I oftentimes, and this conversation is interesting because you're moving forward. All right, what are we going to do? How are we going to hit this? Where are we going to push next? What kind of victory is available? And you have to do that knowing that the system you're operating in is littered with imperfections. And again, at the end of the day, my calculation is I'm very mindful and even try to be, some people wouldn't believe this, try to even be humble as to the little part of the world that I can influence. And I think I've changed it for the better. I think institutions that I'm working with are improving over time. And I think this epistemological question and the individual charismatic question are questions that can be and will be resolved in the, say, short to medium term.
I'll leave it there. I really appreciate you doing this conversation. Always our final question. What are 3 books you would recommend to the audience?
Okay, so we're going to do 3 books from the Rufo's personal conservative canon. The first I would recommend is a book by my mentor, John Marini, Claremont Institute scholar.
There you go. Claremont Institute trying to put intellectual underpinnings on a faux populist movement, which is really an oligarchy. See how Christopher Rufo is dressed? Kind of like a working man. That motherfucker's rich. He's influential. He's pretending. So Claremont Institute, put a pin in the Claremont Institute.
Called Unmasking the Administrative State, which I think has helped me more than anything understand the...
Okay, literally, the administrative state is essentially what they call the deep state. It's basically the civil service. No doubt it needs some trimming. It needs, to get rid of redundancies and stuff. But it's probably... I would argue that the administrative state is probably more close to the people than an actual president is. But, that's kind of an esoteric argument. I'd have to think and prepare to defend it.
The deeper philosophical and political underpinnings of our modern dilemma. The second book that I think all conservatives should read and all liberals should read is a biography by Stacy Schiff called The Revolutionary, which is a biography of the American founder Samuel Adams. And Adams is the most...
No, there's a reason Samuel Adams was definitely a revolutionary. There is a reason he's not more famous than he is. Let's continue.
Most political founder. I think he kind of clarifies through example all the questions that we've been talking about propaganda, about passion, about institutions, about political change. He's the kind of key and the forgotten founder, really. He's been downgraded for centuries now, but I think he's actually the most important founder. And then, third, I would recommend a number of books by the kind of conservative journalist, former NYU professor, James Burnham. Wrote a book called Managerial Revolution, another called The Machiavellians, another called Suicide of the West. And for me, Burnham is someone who has the kind of sophisticated analysis that helps illuminate these questions. His work is quite good and might even be interesting for people who don't share, my political
But which
convictions.
book of his would you start with?
I would start with Managerial Revolution, again, because it kind of describes, it's in the 1940s. It's unbelievable. You read it now and,
you know what? I'm not going to criticize a man who has books to recommend, but honestly, the Samuel Adams book sounds interesting. Nah, he needs to go back and he needs to read, like actual founding documents. Machiavelli didn't. Well, you know what? I would argue. And I'll bet if I went back and looked at someone like a Alexander Hamilton, maybe Machiavelli might have had an influence. Machiavelli, I'll have to go back and look this up because why he's bringing up Machiavelli as I don't get that point. But these Claremont, they call them Claremontsters. There was a Claremonter who was an architect of the January 6th stuff, and a couple of them were actually found guilty of stuff here in Georgia.
he's describing the world we live in, but he's describing it from a point of kind of optimism, American optimism, but he already saw some of the problems that were starting to emerge.
Chris Rufo, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll stop it here. There are news stories, believe it or not. And then the last video is going to be our governor, the Georgia governor, Brian Kemp, doing some interview with the Dispatch or something. And you want to see numbers go down? I bet they will go down. And let me just say this. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, the weekday shows are going to be boring. I love politics and culture and current events. Most people don't. You know, if you're looking for train wrecks and JP and all that, like fucking, you know, just ghetto mess, not gonna find it too much, you know, on this channel during the week, though it does erupt. Who was it? Some idiot who called Harry and the Hendersons after the movie, I guess, came here and said it's boring. Well, I should have said, welcome to adulthood, boy. It's not going to always be host shit over here. So anyway, Trump announces crushing economic operation on Iran as talks in limbo. So let's listen to this first.
Midterms, and if they did,
and I'm going to have to probably go back and pull it back. So here's some news on the oil
The
prices.
war with Iran is having an impact far beyond the Middle East. Today, oil prices reached their highest level since July. Brent crude, the international benchmark, is about $91 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate, the U.S. benchmark, is about $85 a barrel. And a new article for the Free Press called "A Race Between Two Clocks in Iran." CBS News national security analyst Aaron McLean writes, quote, "While military efforts in the Strait can extend the economic clock and buy time to push Iran's economy to the brink, the political clock ticks as well." Aaron McLean joins us now. He's also host of the School of War podcast. Aaron, you write the outflow of oil through the Strait may be greater than we think. Why is that?
Right. So there's this mystery, Lindsay, about why it is that prices per barrel of oil are 85, 90 or so dollars a barrel if the Strait is in fact closed. Now, that's not cheap. The prices were much closer down in the 60s when this war kicked off. But at this point, we might expect them to be much, much higher. And early in the war, there was talk of them being $150 a barrel, $200 a barrel. And part of the answer appears to be that the U.S. Navy is, in fact, moving a fair amount of oil through the Strait at night. Wow. How much? It's hard to say. The Secretary of Energy claims that all in, between what's going through the Strait and through pipelines elsewhere in the region, it's 15 million barrels a day, which would be pretty close to pre-war averages. Now, we can't check his work. He's not showing the details, but it does seem to explain why the price is as stable-ish as it is, and it suggests that this period of protracted stalemate may just continue for some time.
So it feels like there's this game of chicken going on, that Iran is in this existential crisis for its survival, and they're not a democracy, so they don't have to deal with political pain like the president here at home does. And they know he has midterms coming up, and so they know that he wouldn't be a fan of unpopular high gas.
What political pain is Donald Trump going through that he seems to recognize on a daily basis? My personal opinion, and it's tinged by me knowing what it's like to be in the Persian Gulf, on the water, in the heat, with the dust. Dude, the way he treated the Abraham Lincoln and that destroyer without power for 4 days, you know what? I would make like slavery jokes, but I'm not going to do it, though I really, really want to. Dude, those sailors, those young sailors, and the captain and the fucking officers, dude, I know they wanted to jump overboard like, God, get me out of this, because I got to lead these men who are going through hell. Donald Trump is the worst commander-in-chief in U.S. history, and Pete Hegseth needs to be fired tomorrow, if not tonight. I'm disgusted by how Donald Trump has led my Navy and the military in general. Hegseth needs to go.
Prices. So if it is in fact a game of chicken, how does this end? Who do you see blinking first? What does it take to get Iran to the point where they say enough is enough, we can't do this anymore?
Well, that's exactly right. In Iran, what American economic warfare has to influence in the end is the decision-making of a small group of IRGC officers and hardline officials who run the country right now. As you can imagine, they're not that sympathetic to the generalized suffering of their population. But here in the United States, we have the U.S. Congress. A lot of people in that Congress opposed to this war, in particular Democrats, who some would suggest stand to do reasonably well in the midterm elections this fall. The Iranians absolutely know this fact. So even if Central Command is being successful in getting a lot of oil.
You know what the irony is? It was Iran that basically assured a Reagan victory in 1980. They didn't even release the hostages. They fucked Jimmy Carter so hard. So again, Iran being involved in a U.S. election, the outcome of it, because of America, the United States being so reckless and just no foresight in foreign policy. See, I like that kind of irony. It's historical. It meets all the criteria to just make me chuckle.
Through the strait, there's this other clock, this political clock that's ticking. President Trump is staring down the barrel of these midterms. And if a Democratic House of Representatives is seated in January, let alone a Democratic Senate, there's the longer shot towards that, depending on what you believe from the political analysts. That's a real hard problem for the president. Congresses have forced the United States out of wars before. Congress has that power, and that's a potential hard stop for the president's effort.
Can you go into more detail about what it means for the president and his wartime powers if there's a Democratic-controlled House?
Well, I'll tell you, Lindsay, it's hard to say exactly how this is going to end, but I do think that the possibility of protraction is there. It could continue for some time. And the Congress really is the barrier here for the president that he has to think about seriously.
Aaron McLean, thank you.
After the killing of a 5-year-old.
Oh, yeah, that could be a problem, but excuse me. So we'll concentrate on Pete Hegseth needing to be fired. And I don't know that we're going to go all the way through this video, but enough of it to make my point. Hegseth needs to go.
There are a couple different ways you could look at the war right now. You could accept the White House's version. Donald Trump insists that Iran wants a deal and that the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, says that negotiations with Iran are robust, and Trump is outright dismissing concerns about conditions on the USS Lincoln as fake news. On the other hand, you could choose not to accept the White House's version, which they're offering no facts to back up their views. Reports overnight say a ship was hit on the Strait of Hormuz, damaging the engine room and causing a crew casualty. The Wall Street Journal says American officials are worried Oman could help broker a nuclear deal that is more favorable to Tehran. That is on top of its reporting that Iran is looking to now expand the war, as Trump says Tehran should put up the white flag of surrender. And the Pentagon is now admitting that a Navy destroyer was without power for 4 days last month, leaving the crew without drinkable water.
Now, a bit of this is a replay. There is some new stuff in here too, but that Navy destroyer, I was on a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea. Let's see, this says it was in the South China Sea. Dude, I feel for those sailors. The U.S. Navy is Trump's whipping boy, and I am unhappy.
Meals, running toilets, or air conditioning during that period of time. Joining me now to discuss, David Rode, MS Now, senior national security reporter, and Peter Baker still here. Okay, David, day after day, the president keeps saying things like the Strait of Hormuz, it's open, everything is great, the U.S. is in control. And now we have another ship hit overnight and a crew member dies.
It is not open. The Trump effort to reopen it has failed. And then the other strait here, this is how the war is widening, is in the Red Sea. There's fighting there. It's another Wall Street Journal story about traffic being slowed down there. 4 sailors were killed on a ship in the Red Sea last week. So the president's narrative, according to the sources I'm talking to, and just basic fact, is false.
Peter, right now Oman is negotiating with Iran over the strait. And in the midst of that, we talked about it yesterday, the president threatened to bomb the you-know-what out of Oman, a U.S. military ally, for almost 50 years. I don't know how else to look at this, but that the United States is trapped in this war, and everything the president is saying and doing just isn't rooted in fact.
Yeah, it's so striking. You're right to point that out. We've gotten so inured to a president who is willing to say and sometimes do almost anything that somehow we've lost the capacity for shock. But in fact, to sit there and just sort of randomly, almost cavalierly threaten war against a country with which we have friendly relations is, in fact, a striking moment. And it tells us something that he wants to be belligerent with the countries that have been friendly to us. At the same time, he's once again talking about how he has such great respect for Kim Jong-un and North Korea, and he wants to stop military exercises because it's so mean to North Korea, which, by the way, has something like 60 nuclear warheads compared to 0 right now in Iran. And he says the whole point of the Iran war was to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. Well, on his watch and on President Biden's watch, North Korea has expanded its nuclear arsenal substantially without any kind of action or, consequence from the United States. We have a president who seems to think that Kim Jong-un is his friend and Oman is not.
Okay, we've been talking about this for days. We've been covering this story on this network for weeks. We now have the families of sailors on board the Lincoln furious that the president is dismissing their concerns about the conditions on the ship, saying it's fake news. And now we learned that a destroyer was without power for 4 days. What is the American public supposed to make of this?
That the U.S. Navy is under tremendous strain, that previous administrations maybe didn't build enough ships to be fair. But this is just an unforced political error by President Trump. There's no need to belittle these
going
sailors.
To war?
Well, there's this.
Listen to that dumb shit. So, and I said the Persian Gulf, apparently it was in the Indian Ocean. My apologies. 12th man, I just apologized for something, by the way, for getting it wrong. So this ship got hit. So in all fairness, there should have been more ships to get hit. What the fuck is this idiot's point?
Strategic error, but the
also an unforced political
correct.
error.
And sorry, just on Oman, they're angry at the Omani foreign minister. I interviewed him right before the war started. He said the Iranians are willing to negotiate, and the administration rejected that advice. This was February 27th. I interviewed the Omani foreign minister. He was leading the talks. February 28th, President Trump chose to bomb. So that's why they're mad at Oman. But it's a basic political error to belittle the families of sailors and belittle sailors who are out on these boats for 12 months at a time. And we are unable to resupply them. Why? Because Pete Hegseth hid the fact that Iran destroyed the main resupply base that the United States has in the Gulf. He did not make that public in press conference after press conference, and that is, again, the way that they have mishandled this war. But just why would the president belittle our service members and their families? It just makes no sense to me politically.
It's astounding. All right, Peter, new but related topic. Jared Kushner, who we just need to remind our audience, again, is not a government employee, just met with both Hamas and Netanyahu about the Gaza peace deal. Is there any indication that there was any progress? And of course, we need to remind our audience, Jared Kushner has had a very close relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu his entire life. As a child, when Netanyahu would visit New York, he would stay in the Kushner home in New Jersey in Jared's childhood bedroom.
Yeah, whether he resents losing his bedroom for that or not, we don't remember. But Jared Kushner is an odd figure here because you're right. He's not a government official. He's somebody who's in the private sector, who's doing business in the Middle East, has billions of dollars of investment from the Saudis, is running around the region, making deals. At the same time, he's serving as an effective envoy for the president of the United States to Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas, interestingly enough. Now, remember, it wasn't that long ago, you and I that are old enough to remember when the president announced that he's got a deal between, Hamas and ending this Gaza conflict. That was so far ago that we can't even remember what that deal was like because the Israelis rejected it. Hamas didn't agree with our definitions, and that seems to now be off the table. So we're trying to get something back on the table. Now, it is interesting and important that the administration, in the person of Jared Kushner, is not giving up. It's still trying. It would, the question of whether they're committed to trying to find some sort of a peaceful resolution in the Middle East is important. And they should be, we should take note of that. But what Jared's doing and what he's offering, the different sides and what, authority he has from the president of the United States, his father-in-law, we don't really know.
Yeah, my question is he committed because he actually wants to help create peace in the Middle East? Or is it so he can get the bulldozers in there to create the Riviera a la Gaza?
MS Now's Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar is back with us. I also want to bring in John Brennan, former CIA director and MS Now senior national security and intelligence analyst, along with former New York Congressman Max Rose, senior advisor for Vote. That's Priya. You were on this story before almost anyone else. The USS Lincoln has shared videos from sailors on board celebrating their strength and their resilience.
Oh, shit.
What do you know about those new posts and what is really happening on board that ship?
Yeah, Alicia, it seems like the military is on somewhat of a PR campaign right now, and it really aligns with the messaging that we've seen from many of the political appointees who are in charge of the military, like the chief spokesperson for the Pentagon and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. I was going to say the best compliment I have gotten in quite some time is, excuse me, is I am relaxing watching Stanley's show. It is boring. It is sonorous, to use a fancy word. I think it's a great compliment, and I'm going to use that for a show title, Con. But yeah, it can be relaxing, learning, knowing, hearing. It can be fun. That's how you come up with new solutions tomorrow. Relaxing.
Secretary of the Navy.
And I'm not joking, Con. This isn't like a roast. I seriously the best comment or compliment I've gotten in quite some time.
Navy hung cow who have tried to blame all of this on the shameful media who are apparently trying to characterize these service members and their families as victims. And Sean Parnell even tried to point to his own deployment. And we've seen a lot of that sort of rhetoric about how, you know, the military is obviously a place where you're not going to see luxurious conditions. These are what deployments are like. But I can tell you, Alicia, that this deployment was not standard at all. 208 continuous days at sea with no port calls is not normal. Aircraft carriers typically stop every 30 to 45 days. And in addition to that, you're seeing what's usually a 6 to 7 month deployment for these aircraft carriers being extended indefinitely 9 to 12 months long. So that is really what caused.
I'm gonna say 9 months is not unprecedented. Believe it or not, my cousin, who was in the Navy the same time I was, we used to hang out in Norfolk sometimes. It was so cool because he was my first cousin, my father's brother's second son. It was so cool. We were in the Navy at the same time. We used to hang out at the O Club. I think my father used to kind of get a thrill out of it. You know, my boys. You know, it's actually really cool. But where I'm going with this is he was on the Lincoln. You know, at some point in his career, he retired, by the way. 9 months is not unprecedented, but it's unusual. And even if you're doing a 9 month, you get port calls. That is the difference. Dude, being underway for fucking I remember pulling into Hurghada, Egypt. I'm sure I've told this story. After 4 months afloat, which, you know, goddamn, it was a bit much. Dude, I stepped onto the pier and I almost got seasick because I wasn't used to being on, you know, solid ground. And the first goddamn thing I did was call my parents from a fucking phone booth on the pier. It was kind of almost like a Norman Rockwell moment. I should have been gone, off looking for a bar or something, but I thought of my parents and talked to them both. It was awesome. And told them I love the Navy. But I remember it's like, excuse me, stepping off the brow onto the pier. I wasn't expecting it. And dude, I was a little woozy.
All of these issues when it comes to exhaustion and morale with the service members on the ship. Their supply shortages were real. The Navy leaders have acknowledged it themselves. They say this was a result of Iranian missiles striking the Navy's Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, and they had to pivot to another military base on an island that was 2,200 miles away from the Gulf of Oman, where this aircraft carrier sits. So none of this was made up. This was all very real, and we're seeing these leaders scramble to try to cover it up, essentially.
Let's talk about that scramble, Director Brennan. The top military official overseeing the war, Admiral Brad Cooper, visited the aircraft carrier over the weekend. He wrote an op-ed released Sunday in the Wall Street Journal saying that many of the issues are, quote, old news, and crew members were, quote, tired, but they continue to fire on all cylinders. Families of those sailors dispute that, with one woman saying enlisting in the Navy was a dream for her son, but that dream has now been shattered. Quote, he just can't wait to be done, she says, adding Donald Trump needs to be ashamed of himself. Director Brennan, what do you make of the conflict between what you have military commanders saying and what we are hearing from the sailors and their family members?
Well, I think Admiral Cooper owes it to the servicemen and women who are aboard the carriers and the other ships to try to remedy the situation out there, and not just with nice words. Yes, war can be tough. It can be grueling. At the same time, there's an obligation on the part of those in charge to make sure that the best available conditions and supplies are available. And as has been mentioned, I mean, it shows the real lack of planning that went into this conflict. The fact that the major supply depot in the Middle East, the U.S. Sixth Fleet.
There you go. See, this is, kind of based on what we heard. This is going to be quick. It'll be over in a couple weeks or a month or whatever. They did no long-term planning. Dude. The U.S. Navy, at least when I was in these decades ago, we are able to replenish at sea. We don't necessarily need to pull into a port to get, the supplies over. I've been next to carriers. They're resupplying the destroyers. You can transfer personnel and all kinds of stuff, ammunition. You can even do refueling at sea. Dude, it is beautiful. I have been officer of the deck in a goddamn fucking storm. And me and my captain are out on the left bridge wing, ponchos on. Fucking, you better be able to notice if you're going to be sucked into, the Venturi effect, into the ship you're resupplying from. But dude, it is beautiful and terrifying at the same time. And it is up to Stanley to get the fuel, the fucking supplies onto the ship and not fucking crash the ship. We don't want the two ships to touch. You can do this, but not in the way that Donald Trump has deployed these ships. Pete Hegseth's warrior ethos is trash. He needs to go tomorrow. You don't abuse heroes afloat. It is abuse. Pete Hegseth has no idea what a warrior ethos is. To borrow an Army phrase, it's loyalty up and loyalty down. and Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, they have failed our sailors, our men in uniform. It's disgusting.
Headquarters in Bahrain was virtually destroyed at the beginning of this conflict, and they haven't been able to really replace it or refurbish it. It just demonstrates that they were not expecting the type of response.
Well, hey there, Aaron C. Seems you can't fucking spell my name. What do you say there, Stanley? Still got your hand taped to the mute button? Well, motherfucker, how about you get your hand taped to spell check, bitch? We'll start with 5 minutes. Spell my name correctly, or you can get your ass out of here. You and 12th Man can hang out on that 20 acres of tundra and talk about black excellence.
From Iran. And so again, also it just underscores just how awful and, unfortunate this conflict has been. But again, I think Admiral Cooper and others really owe it to the men and women aboard these vessels to do everything possible to make the conditions better, and not just with a lot of nice words publicly.
Yeah, I mean, Max, I keep thinking about something that Amy McGrath said to me last week, which is like, members of the armed services don't need to be coddled, but they do need strong leadership. And she is one of the folks who's calling out Secretary Hegseth and his leadership and all of this. Senator Kelly, who was himself a retired naval officer, had a response to what we've heard from the president about the possibility that this deployment was, quote, not long enough. Take a listen.
The president's comments are just uncalled for. I mean, he's a guy that has spent a good portion of his adult life sitting on gold toilets and doesn't know what hardship is and doesn't understand our service members. In fact, it's insulting what he said, that the deployment wasn't long enough. He doesn't know sacrifice.
Do you agree?
Amen.
I mean, but this should come as no surprise that Donald Trump and his administration are doing this. Of course, Trump referred to the fallen as suckers and losers. We have known how he looks at service members behind closed doors for many years. But this speaks to something larger as well about the administration's strategy and priorities. They got money. They have money for the ballrooms. They have money for him to have massive security as he decides to golf all around the country at his various properties. But what they didn't do is plan for a protracted conflict. That's why this is happening on the Lincoln. They said this was going to be a 4 to 6 week conflict. In fact, they said it was going to be so short, they didn't have to go to Congress for it. They didn't have to plan. They put a bunch of generals in who are sycophants because they fired all those who want to talk independently. They decided to engage in culture war as a department, focusing on issues of diversity, focusing on issues of learning history, all the while forgetting about actually planning for a protracted conflict before they get into it. So no wonder what we're seeing on the Lincoln is actually occurring. But it's part of a much larger story about how they did not plan for this conflict and how it is reckless and unconstitutional.
Rick, can you just pick up on the point that the congressman is making here about misplaced priorities? What do we know about the president's desire to change U.S. aircraft carriers, not in function, but in form?
Yeah, this was a fascinating exclusive from the Washington Post that essentially saying that President Trump wants to move the multi-story command and control tower that's typically in the back of an aircraft carrier back to the middle of the aircraft carrier like we saw in World War II. And what most experts would tell you is that it's actually safer and more efficient for that multi-story command and control tower to be at the back of the ship because it allows the aircraft to be closer to the catapult where they launch and take off from, and also to land. In addition to that, he's saying that he wants to replace the electromagnetic catapult that launches the aircraft into the air with a steam-powered catapult like they were using back in World War II. Not only are these changes going to cost billions of dollars, they're also going to delay when these 4 Ford-class aircraft carriers are going to be deployable. And I think at a time when you're seeing the 11 aircraft carriers that we already already have in the U.S. Navy fleet be stretched and stretched thin. I think a lot of people in the Navy are wondering, why are we prioritizing aesthetic over safety and efficiency right now?
Yeah, I mean, Director Brennan, I don't know how you go into that meeting with the president or his emissaries and not walk out simply saying, like, you got to be kidding me. This is the priority.
That's exactly right. I think it's criminal, the fact that members of the cabinet actually listened to Donald Trump musing about, the redesign of aircraft carriers. He has no experience whatsoever, no expertise. All of the things that he is doing and saying just demonstrates the extent of his incompetence and recklessness, as the former congressman said. And so therefore, again, what he is doing to our men and women, I think it should worry every single member of the U.S. military and their families in terms of the callousness and the recklessness with which he pursues his commander-in-chief role. And so, again, I think we still have a long way to go in this administration with more problems ahead.
Priya, the USS George Washington is going to relieve the USS Lincoln. Talk to us about the decision to send the Washington. Why is that its own controversy?
Yeah, that's right, Alicia. So a lot of the family members of the sailors on the Lincoln confronted Navy leadership at that town hall in person in San Diego on August 6th. And they asked, listen, why can't we send the George Washington to the Middle East? It will obviously get there faster because its home port is actually in Japan. And the acting secretary of the Navy at the time said, no, of course, we cannot send that aircraft carrier because we need to leave it in Japan. The United States has always had an aircraft carrier in Japan since 1973. And the reason for that is because of all the different adversaries that the United States has in that 7th Fleet area of operation.
Hey, Trent, do me a favor. Can you fucking first stop misspelling everything? We don't speak AAVE as a matter of course here. And the other thing you need to do is stop typing everything in caps. This is not art. This is not CMs. This is Stanley versus the world. Let's get acclimated to being normal.
We're talking China, we're talking North Korea, and also Russia. And so if you move that aircraft carrier to the Middle East, it would take the United States 17 days to get an aircraft carrier from mainland United States over to that part of the world. So that means some place like China would have a 17-day head start. And that's why Navy leaders were focused on sending the USS Theodore Roosevelt, which is home ported in San Diego, to relieve the Lincoln. But I think, again, they're scrambling right now to solve this huge publicity nightmare, which is the conditions and the morale and the exhaustion and the dangerousness that we're seeing with the Lincoln.
Max, you have Democrats on the Senate Armed Services Committee. They sent a letter to Defense Secretary Hegseth demanding answers about the troubling reports of poor conditions on the Lincoln. I'm curious sort of what oversight you think is actually effective there, especially since, if I'm understanding you correctly, part of what you're saying is the ship is emblematic of a bigger problem and challenge here, which is he has entered a conflict that he did not have clear stated goals on. He was not able to communicate them to the American people, much less to these service members. He now doesn't have a plan for exit. And so in some ways, contending with the question of the ship is almost the best.
Don't beat Dave up too much, Khan. Dave is not used to being here. And I don't have time to go into kind of the aesthetics. And when I say aesthetic, I mean, sometimes people have like an aesthetic, kind of like it's almost like a worldview. Dave and Trent is his actual name. Grew up in the city, and I talk all the time about people want to pretend that New York, Chicago, Detroit, LA, Atlanta are like the focus and the center of Black culture, but it's not. Okay, that basically Hollywood, which, people like Clifford Moore want to talk about all the time, it is what Hollywood has presented Black culture, American Black culture, to be. And Dave Drencher bought into that shit. CM bought into that shit. Art bought into that shit. Dude, to me, I'm going to be honest, they're foreign to me because I didn't fucking grow up in the hood. Most black people do not grow up in the inner city. I think these days, young kids, listening to rap and all that stuff, it became commercialized and packaged up and sold to black kids and white kids in America in general as this is black culture. If you want to be down, if you want to be cool, dude, I was lucky enough. I didn't really, rap like the Sugar Hill Gang and all that stuff, like 2 Live Crew and all that stuff, NWA. Dude, I was well into my early 20s by the time that stuff got popular. So I was never influenced by it. So, that's why I tend to just kind of look at it as just a thing. I could give a fuck less about whether my hair is in braids. Dude, I grew up with military haircuts. I was in ROTC in high school and wound up in the Navy. I don't give a fuck about being street smart because I didn't grow up in the streets. And I think a lot of people like a Leonard or a Seymour or a Knightish, they just don't get that I look at y'all like you're a facet of black culture, but I didn't grow up like y'all. Stop acting like I'm not cool because I didn't grow up like y'all. It is weird to me, and I don't back down. I'm not gonna fucking act like I need the approval of a fucking Dave Drencher, General Dave. I don't give a fuck whether he's out or not. Stay or go. You're not gonna affect me that much. Knightish, motherfucker, you will accept who I am or just block me outright. Seymour is a hoodlum. That motherfucker is just unpleasant. And why people even like forgive him and let him up on panels, it's hilarious. I don't need to be down with people I dislike. I'm not going to do it. I don't have to. So anyway, let's get back to this. And creative. Oh, by the way, the link is dropped in the chat every now and again. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button, by the way. If you're new to the channel, yeah, it can get, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but, it is what it is. Check us out. If you don't like it, it is no harm done if you decide to move on. If you do like it, and sometimes that actually happens, people will just go, well, he's a nerd, he's old, he's an asshole, but, he speaks his mind. Y'all are my peoples. So here we go.
An immediate way to articulate to people
Absolutely.
sort of the fecklessness of the administration in a larger sense.
Absolutely. It's part of a larger narrative. And that is exactly the story that Senate Democrats and House Democrats, for that matter, should be telling. They can tell that story through letters. They can tell that story, obviously, through their own remarks. But the questions that they ask are the most important tool that they have in oversight of these, whether it is the generals, senior military leaders, or the senior leaders of the administration that will go before them. And the more specific the questions they ask, the better. How did it get to the point where the Lincoln did not have enough food? How did it get to the point? Did you plan for that? But also, did you plan for the military bases throughout the region to get bombed? Did you prepare in advance for them to have the proper defenses? The specificity of their questions will be their greatest strength.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. As the second summer of Donald Trump's second presidency sinks into territory that can only be described as a hot mess, with skyrocketing gas and grocery prices, multiple public health crises growing at the same time, and Trump's war with Iran showing no sign of ending. Trump and his cabinet seem to be focused on something else, really everything and anything other than the business of making people
creative. You're wrong on the numbers. Go look up Pew Research. Most black people, 52% of the population, live in the South, Southeast specifically. No, most black people, you would have to take all the urban areas and you might get close or slightly over 50%. Your numbers are wrong. Go to blackdemographics.com, go to Pew Research. Atlanta, Houston, maybe Dallas. There are some major cities in the South, but nothing like New York, Detroit, Los Angeles, Chicago. Let's add in Philadelphia. Nope, not the majority of the black population. You might want to rethink that point. I look it up. I'm not saying it because I'm guessing. Do better, ma'am.
Lives better by governing. As practically Donald Trump's entire cabinet hits the campaign trail, as Trump's poll numbers plummet with less than 80 days to go until the midterms. Yesterday, as the memorandum of understanding with Iran expired, Pete Hegseth was off stumping. The Wall Street Journal reports this, quote, "According to the lawyers, I'm only here in a personal capacity today," Hegseth said, roughly halfway through what was essentially a 19-minute campaign speech for Republican congressional candidate Zach Nunn. President Trump, military spending.
And let me make something specific. CM, unless he comes in with an alternate account or something, he's banned from the chat. If he needs to talk to me directly, because he doesn't need to interact with the chat, he should interact with the channel owner, who happens to be me. He can come up. He is not restricted on StreamYard, but I get to decide whether I talk to him or not. And there are plenty of times, at least 2 or 3 times, he has come up and I'm like, nah, don't feel like talking to you, run along. So, at least in that specific case, people like Seymour need to be controlled, and I do my best to control him. Maybe one of these days he can come up and, talk, whatever, but not anytime soon.
The Iran war and perhaps himself down the road. And while Pete Hegseth was out stumping for Republican candidates and additional funding for what appears to many Americans to be a new forever war with Iran, more alarming details are coming to light about the conditions our service members have been forced to endure. Washington Post is reporting that, quote, a U.S. Navy destroyer experienced a complete loss of power while deployed in the South China Sea last month, leaving sailors without drinkable water, meals, running toilets, or air conditioning for 4 days. It comes on the heels of those reports of soldiers on the USS Lincoln attempting to jump overboard due to conditions on that ship. Pete Hegseth is not the only cabinet secretary hitting the campaign trail, as crises he is directly responsible for spiral out of control. RFK Jr., of all people, also hit the trail as measles cases hit a 35-year high among declining vaccination rates. The nation's cyclospora outbreak continues to rage on as well. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, hit the campaign trail amid growing signs that Trump's economy isn't getting better anytime soon, with just a few of the top stories on the New York Times website right now, focusing on rising oil prices and global economic instability. Also on the campaign trail for Republicans, the SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, the Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins, and the U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. And if you're looking for a logical explanation for what seems like the entire executive branch and White House staff hitting the campaign trail, maybe they're trying to distract from Trump's own poll numbers. Trump hit yet another polling low, with just 33% saying they support him and a whopping 64% disapproving of the job Donald Trump is doing as president in a new Reuters poll. Donald Trump and his administration trying to sell a deeply unpopular agenda to a dwindling base of MAGA enthusiasts as Trump's poll numbers plunge to brand new lows is where we begin today with some of our favorite experts and friends. Paul Rieckhoff is here. He's the host of the Independent Americans podcast. He's also the founder and CEO of Independent Veterans of America. Also joining us, political analyst, the former Senator Claire McCaskill is here for the hour, and former RNC chairman, co-host of the weeknight, my dear friend Michael Steele, is here as well. I'll start with you, Claire. You were a senator on the Armed Services Committee. You, I think, recount stories of bipartisan concern for the men and women of the military, particularly active duty and their families. This is nothing less than a FU from Donald Trump, who said things like, quote, their deployment should have been longer, about the aircraft carrier with those terrible conditions that our colleague Priya Sridhar has been reporting on over the last several weeks.
Yeah, I just want people to realize how dramatically the Senate has changed when it comes to the oversight of our military. It really was an oasis of bipartisanship. It was not unusual when we would do the annual defense bill markup that we would have votes that were like 13-10, and half the Democrats would be on one side and half the Democrats would be on another side, and vice versa with the Republicans. There was very rarely was there anything that was party line. And I think the committee embraced that because they wanted our military to embrace that. Because in America, our military is not one party or the other, just like our police force is not supposed to be one party or the other, or the Department of Justice is supposed to be one party or the other. So this idea that they're, first of all, disrespecting the troops and saying hollowly, oh, they come first when they're not taking care of them. But really the nerve of the Secretary of Defense being out campaigning for people. I can't even imagine under any scenario that any defense chief would have ever done that in the past. It is truly outrageous. And that really is disrespecting the troops because it's sending a message to them. Our politics is more important than your well-being.
I mean, the thing about it, Paul Rieckhoff, is that is essentially the message that comes from the podium. This is what Pete Hegseth said about campaigning for the midterms. Quote, when Republican Congressman Zach Nunn asked if I'd come on out here, it was an absolute no-brainer, Hegseth said. So it's not only not what Claire experienced or recalls, it's not even what they're pretending to be about, atop a Pentagon, atop a military at war.
I think it's a wake-up call moment for America, and we've had so many of them, but to use a Hegseth line, it's an F around and find out. This is what happens when you make Pete Hegseth your defense secretary. This is what happens when you make Kennedy in charge of our health care. This is what happens when you have Donald Trump, who has refused to abide by the norms that separate our politics from our military. All the norms are gone now. The guardrails are completely gone now. And you've got Hegseth, who is openly campaigning in a way that would never even remotely be accepted, even by Republicans like Dick Cheney or Don Rumsfeld. They never did anything remotely like this because they understood how sacred that distinction was between our politics and our military. They blurred it all together. This is one of my biggest concerns about having Trump in office, is that he doesn't care about mixing our politics with our troops. And he's also got this other problem, which is the USS Lincoln. Every president kind of has a moment like this where things can go sideways. Bush had the Walter Reed scandal. Obama had Shinseki and the backlog. And then it comes down to how do you handle it? And the reality is we can't trust them to be honest about anything. And that includes the welfare of our troops in harm's way. And at the same time, the troops are speaking out as best they can. Their families are speaking out. And I think Trump is really losing that narrative around the Lincoln because people of all backgrounds don't tolerate it when our troops are getting screwed and when our troops are not taken care of. That cuts through all partisan lines. And I think it's going to run across all these other administrators who are out trying to campaign. The Lincoln's just going to keep coming back, and it's going to drag them down, especially with Republicans.
I mean, Paul, to be honest and to be fair, Bush had body armor before he had, I think that was one of the first crises, and military families were raising money and sending their own body armor over to Afghanistan and Iraq. There was also inadequate arming of the Humvees at a time when I think it was Iran was planting roadside bombs. I've lived this, and I try to be transparent about what I learned from mistakes that I was a part of. But I have never been a part of smearing the families who are speaking on behalf of the men and women of the military that cannot. Can you just give voice to how far things have to go for the men and women of the military to be at a place where their family members feel comfortable speaking out under these leaders?
I'm glad you referenced the body armor issues and that time, because that was when I first spoke out. I came home and talked about body armor, and I was opposite President Bush, one of the first to speak out and challenge him on that. And I got called a traitor, and Sean Hannity came after me, and everyone else said, oh, this isn't a real issue. We also were talking about the emergence of an insurgency, which was also downplayed by the Bush administration. But I think what you're hearing is the ground truth, and the troops can always be counted on to give the ground truth, what's really happening on a ship or on the ground. And this is a time where this administration has tried to spin it away, maybe most effectively by removing all embeds. We're not hearing how our troops are doing because there are no embedded reporters with them, which was standard for really generations and such an important circuit breaker for our military families, most of all, to know how their men and women were doing. So now in the age of social media, they're going around the administration, they're going around the media, and they're calling out directly to the American people saying, we're not getting taken care of. And now you can argue about how much food they should get or how tough it might be, but the reality is this ship has been out there for a long time, way beyond expectation, and the communication hasn't been good with the families or with the troops. I got extended a number of times during Iraq. That became standard during Iraq. But where you really screw up is when you mismanage expectations, when you're not clear with the families, when you don't feel like the families are being taken care of, and that's who you're hearing from the most. And that is just so devastating politically for whoever's in charge. When you have moms and husbands and wives and kids speaking out about their troops in harm's way not getting taken care of, that kills you at the polls, and it kills you even with your base.
There's probably never an easy time to be a defense secretary, but right now there's really a lot on Pete Hegseth's plate. He's been trying to downplay reports of a mental health crisis and dwindling rations on the USS Abraham Lincoln, aircraft carrier supporting operations for Trump's war of choice in Iran. He's also confronting a president scrambling our traditional alliances, punishing South Korea because they didn't want to get involved in the war in Iran, scaling back, joining military drills, and once again praising Kim Jong-un. All this going on, and it is a lot. You might think Hegseth doesn't have time for anything but focusing on national security. But you would be wrong, because Hegseth was in Iowa yesterday, fundraising for a Republican congressman. I want to bring Atlantic staff writer Tom Nichols and MS Now Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar. Tom, Hegseth, he has time to hit the campaign trail with everything else going on?
He has a record now in his job of doing everything except his job. He seems to think his job is being a sycophant to the president, working out with troops, getting some jungle training in, doing all kinds of things that would be perfectly reasonable if he were still a captain in the Army, but are not the job of a Secretary of Defense. And meanwhile, all of the other problems that you mentioned start to pile up, including losing war. In any other administration, Hegseth would be gone over these issues. But this is not any other administration. He knows that keeping an audience of one happy is his job, and then taking time out in his, I hate to ever use air quotes, but his personal capacity to go to Iowa to campaign for people. You have to wonder what people in Iowa are thinking about why the Secretary of Defense is out there while people are, on board ships for long deployments, and we're in the middle of a war with a country of 93 million people.
Yeah, let's talk about the air quotes that Tom just used there, Priya. I know we talk a lot about norms. Is there any world where another defense secretary, where a James Mattis or a Mark Esper would be stumping for the midterms?
Yeah, Alicia, this is a huge departure from the way we would traditionally see Secretary of Defenses in public. Of course, they are political appointees, but the military as an institution is supposed to be apolitical. Obviously, uniformed members of the military are forbidden from going to campaign events or making sort of political opinions. But this isn't even the first time we've seen Secretary of Defense Hegseth do this. Back in May, he went to Kentucky and sort of slammed Representative Thomas Massie, who, of course, had a falling out with President Trump, and he endorsed his opponent, who ended up winning that primary. So we've seen Secretary Hegseth insert politics into everything in the military, including trying to sort of wage these culture wars that President Trump has also tried to do, speaking about woke culture in the military, trying to get rid of DEI policies, and also firing any senior military officers or blocking their promotions who he believes sort of tried to promote ideologies that were consistent with previous administrations. So while this is not normal for any previous secretaries of defense, it's definitely on brand for Secretary Hegseth.
What a brand that is. Tom, you've been writing Trump is making South Korea pay for his Iran humiliation. I want to play some of what the president said about his decision to scale back joint military drills with South Korea. Take a listen.
I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no, thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you?
So yesterday, Tom, I was on with Priya, who in her former role as a U.S. Navy officer had actually done some of these drills. And Priya reminded me that it is about the fact that when all of a sudden, God forbid, you end up in a scenario where you actually have to execute on some of these plans, you don't want it to be the first time when the stakes are high and the consequences matter. You want to have this experience of having done the drill, of having figured out how to work together. And what is so wrong about what the president said in that clip is he acts as though we are doing South Korea a favor, as though there is no strategic rationale for the United States to be conducting those drills and positioned there. Talk to me about what he is getting wrong about the U.S.'s national security.
Okay, first, everything.
Sorry.
I mean, that sums it up right there. But, the other problem here is, first of all, that whole conversation that he just relayed, you can choose to believe that that's how it happened. Can't imagine the South Koreans saying that. But also, if Iran is such an easy lift, why do we need the South Koreans? Leaving that aside, we're ignoring, or Donald Trump especially is ignoring, thousands of North Korean troops who are fighting alongside Russians in Europe against a friend of the United States, gaining battle experience by fighting in Europe with Russia. And what Trump ought to be saying to the South Koreans is, how can we make North Korea pay for this insane adventurism with North Korean troops running around in Europe? And instead, he's treating the South Koreans as if they are, somebody that's really let him down. And I think that that's part of his rage about Iran. He can't make Iran pay. He's afraid of Russia. He's afraid of China. He's afraid of offending the North Koreans. And so he's going to lash out at people who he thinks just have to stand there and take it. The fact of the matter is, and you, Priya, having been involved in these.
Well, I unlike Clifford Moore Jr., I don't know much about how the screed works. But dude, if you're a minor bully like a Donald Trump, you need a bunch of friends to back you up. Like the old cartoons, dude walks up to a bunch of bullies or a bully and goes, well, the bully goes, well, I'm going to beat your ass. And, the the Donald Trump character goes, "My ass? You mean our ass?" And then all of a sudden the light goes on behind him, and there's about 3 or 4 other. It doesn't work that way for Donald Trump on an international stage. Donald Trump, Clifford Moore, CM, the Seymour Stacks guy, dude, he is the black Donald Trump, except he used to have money. A dude talks shit like he still had money. And quite frankly, I don't think Clifford Moore ever had money, because if he did, he wouldn't be missing it like he did. He'd be out fucking trying to get it back. But what I'm trying to say is Donald Trump is an unpleasant person. You either like him, in 33% of the Americans who were asked, approve of him now, or you don't like him. You never invite him over for dinner. Dude, Pete Hegseth is even worse. That's the problem.
Knows this. One of the great dangers in Korea is that the North Koreans basically hold the South Korean capital hostage because it is so close to their border. It's one of the most dangerous places in the world, and we're there to defend a friend, to stand up for what's right, and also to defend a system of trade and security that spans the globe and protects the safety and the standard of living of Americans, even if they don't realize that. If Americans want to live in a world, excuse me, where the Chinese and the Russians make the rules of the international system, we can do that. But people aren't going to like.
I've noticed how 12th Man and of Air and Sea and all these Trump loving motherfuckers. Dirty, I don't know if you were there, but what was it, November 5th or what it was in 2024? I'm up on John Galt's show and I voted for Kamala, and these people were beating the shit out of me. And I had to take it. If you rage quit, they're just going to mock you more. I took a beating. And that winter, because I'm sure I said it on that November 5th, y'all will see, I'm going to get to tell you I told you so. Come that January, I said starting that January, I said for months, it's not ready to say I told you so yet. It just kept going and going and going. Well, dude, this is 2026. I proudly say, I told y'all so. It was so predictable. So where the fuck is Aaron C? Where the fuck is John Galt? Where are all these Trump-loving son of a bitches, but not here to hear me say I told you so? They want to go over to Angry Man or all these other places where they don't have to tell. Dude, Aaron C., how about you bring your dumb ass up here where I can mock you properly, and if you get uppity, I can just bounce your ass. You just come into the chat and go, "Oh, Stanley, you're a communist." That's the best you got, you weak little bitch. Be brave. You know where the fuck to find me. I want you up on my panel. That's the only way I'm going to talk to you, because you're weak, you're a racist, and if I must talk to you, it's going to be on my terms. Otherwise, I just mock you from whoever chat I happen to be in, and I'm not coming up there to talk to you. You're not smart enough. You failed. your racist white skin, and I don't have to give you time of day. 12th man, don't ever email me telling me what black excellence again. You got roasted once, and apparently your ass is left as you should have. Don't ever fuck with me. You failed racist white people. Frankly, I'm just gonna embarrass you. And the black males especially who glorify these fools, dude, y'all are worse than the fucking bottom feeding white racists. Y'all are worse.
Like it. And by the time they figure out it's happening, it'll be too late.
Oh, Leonard? Yeah. I'll deal with Leonard later.
I asked you what the president was getting wrong about national security. You said everything. Thank you for elucidating exactly what you meant by everything. Tom Nichols, Priya Sridhar, thank you both so much for being with us.
You get it. We want to bring in the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, the Democratic Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island. Senator Reed, I appreciate your being with us here on State of Play. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much.
You, along with your fellow Democratic members on this Armed Services Committee, are now demanding answers from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth about these poor conditions on board the USS Abraham Lincoln. What do you need to hear from Hegseth, and how do you intend to hold this administration accountable?
Well, we intend to hear what exactly happened. What were the...
Well, Dirty, he sent me, Byron Donalds passed into, excuse me 1 minute. Byron Donalds has made it to be the Republican nominee to run for governor of Florida against I can't remember the Democratic challenger. I suspect Byron Donalds is going to lose, but I think it's going to be close. But 12th Man sent me an email this morning saying, hey, you know what? Byron Donalds is an example of black excellence. And, my response was, you should not be telling me what black excellence is. And I left it at that. This dumb fuck didn't get the hint. So he sends me another email. And then when I tell him, 12th Man, you're not even good at white excellence. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be telling me what black excellence is. All of a sudden, a black man can't have his opinion, or I can't have my opinion. Dude, I didn't say you couldn't have your opinion. I just say you're not the one to be telling me what your opinion of black excellence is, because you haven't achieved excellence in your own life. I'm sorry. I might sound snooty when I say it, but motherfucker, you're not any measure of excellence, black, white, or just whatever. But he got all offended, and now he's paying the price. He and Aaron C. and Be Brave, and if I thought a minute, I could probably come up with more, and some of them would be black, like a John Galt. Dude, these people are fucking sad. They'd be sad. Seymour's another one. They'd be sad if they weren't so awful. And why people fucking flock to their channels to hear it, there's no figuring. But then some of these people want to come over here and act like, salute to John Galt or whatever. Dude, I am literally gonna shit on you if you bring your racist, if you're a fanboy of a goddamn racist, don't be coming over here singing the racist praises, because you're going to get my attention and get shat upon.
Structural defects in the ship, broken plumbing, etc. What were these crew members going through for 250 days? That is an excessive time at sea, particularly in a combat zone. And we want answers. We also want him to tell us.
Yeah, that's a good point, dude. If you are in certain places, say in a war zone on a ship, you might not be at general quarters like all the time, but there's modified general quarters. Like, dude, if you're in a goddamn combat zone, you don't sleep well. I remember my first deployment, we flew over to meet the ship. Dude, I had jet lag flying from fucking Philadelphia. Well, it was Rhode Island to Philadelphia, Warwick, Rhode Island to Philadelphia. There was a layover. We flew from Philly to the Azores to Sigonella, which is Sicily, and then to Bahrain. Dude, I was jet lagged as fuck. I'd never flown that far. I'd never flown far enough to have jet lag. So I'm already goddamn jet lagged. So we had to wait for buses to take us to fucking Abu Dhabi. That was a long ass bus drive. Dude, I honestly don't think I slept for 5 days, because once we were underway, it's a war zone. And I had this weird thing of like, fuck, I'm gonna be asleep in my rack, and the ship is gonna hit a mine. I'll die in my sleep and I'll never know it. So I just fucking stayed awake. I could not sleep for 5 fucking days. And I just got there. So these poor sailors on the Lincoln, dude, you got that adrenaline pumping for months. Dude, you're fucking exhausted. And then the shit's hot and you're hungry. Dude, how about just dump these motherfuckers in the desert and let them find the nearest fucking oasis? It's kind of the same thing.
What's ahead? What about our other ships? The George Washington is coming in to relieve the Abraham Lincoln. Is that ship ready to extend further? But most importantly, and this has not taken place, what is their plan? What do they intend to do? How long will it take? What resources do they need? What are the options they're considering? They've basically sort of shut us all out. And that's not just Democrats, that's my Republican colleagues also.
And Senator, let me ask you, you make note of the USS George Washington that is now headed to the Middle East that would replace the USS Abraham Lincoln there. It's significant not just because of the change that we'll see, taking place in that region, but what it means and the vacuum it leaves behind in the Pacific. It'll be the first time that we are without a U.S. carrier presence in that region. Why is that such a significant concern, and what message does that send to China?
Well, it sends a message to China is we're not as prepared as we were to deter any actions you might take that are contrary to the United States. We're sending them the signal that we're missing in action, literally. This is a strategic blunder of the first order, consistent with so many things that Trump has done. His focus on the Americas rather than his focus on the greatest threats we face, which is China and Russia. All of this is strategic miscalculation, very poor plans. They're simply trying to make it up as they go, literally day by day. And that's going to give the Chinese, I think, unfortunately, the notion that they may be prepared or better able to take us on. And that's the wrong message to send to China.
Well, not only that, we're out of fucking, there's certain munitions, precision, high tech munitions that take years to process that all of a sudden we're short on. Worst commander in chief in history, worst defense secretary imaginable. Pete Hegseth needs to go tonight, at the latest tomorrow.
Excuse my interruption. Senator Reid, help me understand this for a second. I think a lot of people watching this conversation are asking the same thing right now. Iran, we know, wants nuclear weapons. North Korea already has nuclear weapons. The president here is effectively siding with Kim Jong-un, who in an extended post that he wrote earlier today described the North Korean leader as unthreatening and respectful. How do you respond to that language about an authoritarian dictator?
Well, the president, in this sense, is delusional. He has this egomania that says every powerful figure in the world must bow down to me. They do that. That's exactly the approach he took to Putin when he took over. The Ukrainians, he dismissed. He said, you don't have the cards, etc. There was this relationship with Putin, and we know how that is going wrong. And it's the same situation with North Korea. Kim Jong-un is not, I think, terribly impressed with Donald Trump. And withdrawing forces from Korea, canceling exercises, plays into his game. So this is just, again, a terrible strategy and a reflection of just the egomania and the self-centeredness of the president. There's no strategy.
I want to ask you if I can. President Trump told Fox News just this morning that he is, in his words, in no hurry to reach a deal with Iran. He also threatened to bomb the expletive out of Oman if they get in the way of a deal with Iran to manage the Strait of Hormuz. What do you make of this threat to Oman, another U.S. ally? Why this hostility to our friends in that region?
Well, he does not have, I think, a grasp of the situation in detail of what the real options are. He's floundering around trying to come up with something. And he takes out his animosity, which is constant, on the closest target. He's upset that the Omani have talked to the Iranians, etc. But it's all spite. It's all a childish spite. It's not strategy. It's not doing the best for the country. And it threats that are, in many cases, idle. He's been threatening to destroy Iran, and then 2 days later, he says peace is just a few days away.
Right.
This is sending a signal to the Iranians that he's not capable and also not tuned into the real world.
Senator, my time's limited. One quick last question I wanted to ask you. Yes. President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is said to be meeting today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the meeting with Hamas leadership yesterday. Obviously, he's not a government official. That means that Congress has really no oversight over any actions that he's taking. Why is that dangerous? Is that dangerous?
Well, it is dangerous because he's sort of playing not only his part for the president, but also his part for himself. I mean, there's a lot of, I think, business activities going on in the same spirit that he's talking to other people. So, this is a situation where he does not have the background. He doesn't have the vetting that's necessary to be an official representative of the United States. And his business enterprises, I don't think, are too far away from any of his sort of strategic discussions. That's wrong.
Senator Jack Reed, Rhode Island Democrat, we very much appreciate you making time to speak to us here on State of Play. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all bad. So we'll run through these next articles because it has gotten late. Of course, I started late. So Trump, once again, Taco. Trump pauses 50% Canada tariffs, says the two sides have a deal. Well, we know how those Trump deals go. So I'm not even interested in the details. We'll see. Trump always chickens out. That's what TACO stands for. Now this is actually kind of interesting. And of course they're going to have to throw in Biden. But US debt crosses 40 trillion threshold after doubling under Trump and Biden. So we always put off the debt. I'm sure that this war is adding to the debt. At some point you have to pay the piper, but Trump isn't interested in that. So there's a whole lot of like state level political news, who won what. There were primaries last night. Democrats declared victory in district held by GOP for 30 years. That's in Pennsylvania. Not going to get into detail. And by the way, these news articles and videos are actually in the show notes if anyone wants to get more in detail. Lindsey Graham's sister, I'm not sure she's going to do well. She literally said, I'm not that informed on national security. And Graham was like chairman of the Armed Forces Committee in the Senate or one of those, heavyweight committees. And she's going to be the caretaker, but I think she's actually running for a permanent, 6-term thing. She's not going to win friends and influence people if she's saying, I don't know that much about national security. Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Now, this is interesting. She won a mostly black district because Florida eliminated her district. So that is worthy of note. Let's see. Yeah, we talked about Byron Donalds and Democrat David Jolly is his name, set to square off for Florida's governorship. I don't really have a read on that yet. I don't know. I would say Byron Donalds has the edge, but Florida's racist as fuck. And Byron Donalds is not black excellence. If 12th Man ever fucking took his time to think or research before he spoke, he would have never said that. Byron Donalds, not excellent, but we leave the hobos, the Alaskan pioneer hobos and the Bee Braves of the world just to be stupid and performative on YouTube channels. I have learned not to take them too seriously. Now, this is also interesting too, and I don't have a picture, but what's her name? Angie Nixon, a black female candidate, beat Alexander Vindman to take on the incumbent Moody, a Republican in the Florida Senate. That's going to be interesting. I think Republicans are going to win, more or less. But I'll keep up with these things, as we get closer to November. So let's listen to Fareed. Damn it, what's his last name? I can never remember. But anyway, he's got a take on Democrats, and I have something after this that I may or may not get to. I'm still not confident that the Democrats know how to take on MAGA. It's not that I want them to be like MAGA, but you got to be able to, be a good guy, but know how to know how to manipulate the system. If you got to punch below the belt, but don't let anybody see you do it, still look like a good guy. I don't think the Democrats know how to do that.
Dilemma, and Michigan's primary perfectly illustrated it. Abdul El-Sayed, the charismatic progressive, defeated Representative Haley Stevens, the establishment-backed moderate. The energy was unquestionably with El-Sayed, but a Washington Post analysis finds his support was concentrated in the state's most educated counties and college towns. Stevens, the moderate, did better in many rural and lower income areas. So you see, the left has the passion, but the middle still has the votes the Democrats need to win in general elections. The progressive answer is that Democrats can solve this by becoming more economically populist, attacking billionaires, expanding benefits, and thus appealing to the working class. But these ideas don't appeal to the actual working class. Among Democrats, a Pew survey shows 41% of college graduates say they like politicians who call themselves democratic socialists, compared with only 26% of those without degrees. Upper income Democrats are also much more favorable toward democratic socialists than lower income Democrats, 40% to 24%. Democrats have spent years dreaming of a working class restoration. Joe Biden mounted the largest effort to court them with economics in decades. His administration poured hundreds of billions of dollars into infrastructure, factories, clean energy, and semiconductors, much of it flowing to Republican counties. Yet in the next election, 2024, Donald Trump won voters without college degrees and those earning less than $50,000, while making gains among working class Hispanic and Black voters. You see, over the last 30 years, the Democrats have moved left on economics consistently. Obama was to the left of Clinton, and Biden was to the left of Obama. And in that same period, the working class has steadily abandoned the party. The lesson is not that economics don't matter, but the Democratic Party's problem is not that it is seen as too centrist on economics. Democrats routinely lead Republicans on issues like healthcare and even now the cost of living. Their liabilities are cultural and social issues: crime, immigration, the border, and the so-called woke agenda. One example, according to Pew, 43% of voters agree with Republicans on crime policy, while only 29% agree with Democrats. When Democrats come under pressure, they find it much easier to move left on economics than toward the center on culture. If they could speak plainly and say that the border must be controlled, repeat offenders punished, standards of merit defended, or that biological sex matters, they risk revolts from activists, advocacy groups, and highly educated staffers. So instead, Democrats offer a larger subsidy, a new benefit, or a fiercer attack on.
You know, I somewhat disagree with this. And, you know, I'm going to get criticized for going back to, I think it's a more based idea. Everything Fareed says is right, but the problem with Democrats is they're not going to be racist. Most of the the MAGA blacks that I know of on YouTube are just as racist as the white MAGA crowd. I don't know how many times I will hear pretty much there's not a black male content creator who has a show on YouTube that's not just as racist as the whites who love hearing them speak. I literally can't think of one. You might say Sharon, but he's a racist too. Everything is race-based. They are so easily ready to say that it's black culture that's fucked up. Yeah, you're right. Black culture's fucked up. Until we can do better, until we can accept Christ as our Lord, And, we just decide, I can't remember what's that bullshit that Brownsville says when he comes up on Sharon's show. It is the most cartoonish bullshit that you could possibly hear. But let me, Deacon Dave, salute. Glad you're here to hear this. Yeah, the MAGA blacks are just as fucking racist as their white masses. And they literally give their white masses a confidence in that racist opinion. So Republicans, MAGA Republicans, let's just say the right plays culture war, but the culture war is racist. And black people being number two, black people learning their place, black people being blamed for the downfall of America. Dude, that is the far right MAGA playbook. And Democrats just haven't learned to play that game, because most black people are not going to tolerate, this, black culture is the problem, because it's not. There is no one black culture. I'll remind the neophytes to this show.
Billionaires, while leaving untouched the cultural attitudes that are actually alienating many voters. The evidence suggests that this strategy is backwards. One study tested democratic shifts across 29 policy issues and found that the largest electoral gains tended to come from moving toward the middle on social and cultural questions. Another report found that working class voters placed far more emphasis than liberal college graduates on securing the border, reducing crime, and adding police. Liberal college graduates placed far more emphasis on resisting authoritarianism, protecting trans rights, climate change, and abortion. The divide widened not because working class voters simply lurched to the right, but rather that college-educated Democrats moved left further and faster. In 2000, according to an analysis by American politics scholar Nicholas Jacobs, only about 8% of both Democrats and working class voters favored increasing immigration. By 2020, 48% of Democrats did, compared with 24% of working class voters. A 3-point gap over abortion in 1980 became a 30-point gap by 2024. Large gaps also opened up over religion, family, and trust in government not to waste taxpayer dollars. Trump understands the political force of this estrangement. Listen to what he rails against in his campaign rallies: transgender athletes, DEI bureaucracies, elite universities, crime, and an out-of-control border.
There's never been a border in the world like this.
He knows that these issues hit voters in their gut. The answer is not for Democrats to imitate Trump, abandon minorities, or become reactionary. It is to stop imagining that Medicare for all and wealth taxes will restore the New Deal coalition. That world and that coalition are gone. The good news is that the party already has a formidable modern coalition. College-educated voters, women, minorities, younger Americans, and many working and middle-class voters in metropolitan America. These voters want not a socialist revolution, but effective liberal government that delivers affordable housing, good schools, accessible healthcare, safe streets, a controlled border, legal immigration, and economic growth. And perhaps this will help Democrats to make inroads with the rest of the working class again, too. Senator Mitch McConnell has been absent 8 weeks and counting from Senate proceedings. His office says he's recovering from a fall, but public speculation rages on about his declining health. McConnell, at 84, isn't the first member of the upper house to serve into old age. Dianne Feinstein served until her death in 2023 at 90, even as she grew increasingly frail. The median age is now 66 in the Senate and 58 in the House, while the median age for Americans is still under 40. Our president is 80. The average age of a sitting federal judge was nearly 68 in 2024. There is even one serving at 102. Aging politicians may.
Well, I hate to, you know what? Let's just let this play. Then I have an email to end all emails. So y'all come one, come all. Dirty Dude and Deacon Dave and Claris and Con, please stick around for this email I just got from our friend. 12, man.
Just be the most visible feature of government for and by the elderly. That is what the scholar Samuel Moyn argues in his new book, Gerontocracy in America, How the Old Are Hoarding Power and Wealth and What to Do About It. America is in a golden age for being of golden age. The average net worth of 65 to 70-year-olds was 1.8 million in 2022, up 178% from 1989. People 70 and older had 19% of the country's total household wealth in 1989. Now they have 32%. That's while the share of wealth for those under 40 has almost halved from 12% to 6.6%. It wasn't always this way. After the Great Depression, poverty was widespread, particularly for the elderly. That's what prompted Franklin Delano Roosevelt to sign into law the 1935 Social Security Act, which for the first time established regular payments for the elderly financed by payroll taxes. The goal, FDR said, was to give some measure of protection against poverty-ridden old age. That effort turned out to be a tremendous success. The elder poverty rate dropped from 35% in 1959 to less than 10% in 1999. Until the 1970s, the poverty rate among those 65 and older used to trend higher than other age groups. Now it is consistently lower. But America has overlearned its lesson. Federal spending is weighted overwhelmingly towards seniors today. For every $6 the US government spends on those 65 and over, it spends just $1 on children and young adults. As the Wall Street Journal notes, it's almost as though the US is stuck on a loop, continuing to lavish the elderly with benefits, even though the pain in the economy has moved elsewhere. The problem is not just with federal benefits. States also shower the elderly with tax breaks on housing, on income, including Social Security, and on pensions. And many of these benefits accrue to the wealthy. The NYU professor and podcaster Scott Galloway says America is waging a war on the young. Minimum wage, which he used as a proxy for how we value youth labor, has not kept pace with inflation. Housing and stock prices have soared, making it even harder for young people to buy homes or enter the stock market, the main engine of wealth creation in America. This is a story we already know about rising inequality in America. The solutions are partly redistributive. Galloway suggests taxing capital gains as income and streamlining permits so more housing could be built, which would drive down housing prices. He also believes we should reform Social Security. It's easy to say there's no political will to do any of this, but there may be a solution to that problem too. Moyn notes in his book that part of the reason we're stuck with aging politicians who serve an aging electorate at the expense of the young is that older people are the ones who vote. And children under 18, of course, have no vote. The median age of the general election voter is 52. Outside the presidential election, it is 55. But in primaries, which determine 90% of the seats in the current House, the median voter is 65 years old. Instead of pressuring politicians to act in defiance of their voters, we could adopt policies to encourage the young who can to vote, like mandatory voting or a national holiday on voting day, both of which are law in many countries. In a democracy, after all, the surest way to change policies is to throw the old bums out.
All right. Well, I got one more. Like I said earlier, I'm not 100% sure that the Democrats actually are getting the point. Oh, there we go. So this is our friend 12th Man who has unsubscribed. So let's see here. Let's see. And I might have to read. I might have to read a bunch of this. So this is I don't want to be too mean here. Let's see if y'all can see it. You probably can't well. But let me read you what 12th Man wrote me. And this is all because I don't find him excellent. The motherfucker wrote me about black excellence, and my response was, "You're not white excellent. Why would you tell me about black excellence?" So so this motherfucker wrote me, and this is after I kind of had words for him while he was in my channel. This is 12th Man. He says, "Fuck you and your boring channel. You'll never hear from me again. I hope you take those dollars I gave you and shove them up your black ass." And he responds one more time, unsubscribe, by the way. So let me say this. Now, I'm not support is support. I'm not going to talk about how much or how little. But see, this is where I've talked about this before, like a Ryan Bardwell and all these motherfuckers. These people think they get special treatment because they've donated for the channel. 12th Man literally thinks he didn't even come up on the channel and talk about the black excellence or any of this bullshit. This motherfucker thinks he can fucking email me and talk shit, and I'm supposed to take it because he sent me $2. This dude, this is white supremacy gone fucking wild. And then he's going to say, "Hey, Stanley, let me tell you about black excellence. Let me tell you who I think is excellent." Because I'm a white hobo in fucking Alaska who sent you a couple bucks, and I'm going to have my say. Unfortunately, I appreciate the support, but dude, that does not buy you extra First Amendment rights on a platform. It would be okay. I'd be okay with this if he just brought his ass up to the panel and talked the bullshit. This motherfucker is going to email me and have a back and forth in my goddamn email, and then come up to the channel and fucking fuss some more, and then get fucking pissed off when I put him in his place. This is what I mean by that bottom feeding white supremacy, at least I'm not black mentality. I've been telling 12th Man for 2 years that he's racist as fuck. And as soon as I piss him off, it's all about your black ass and your boring channel. I hope this is illustrative of my point. I knew it all along. I'm 61 years old. I've met people like 12th Man before. He can't just let a black man have his opinion It's got to be all about black asses. And dude, 12th man, stay unsubscribed, bitch. Because I'd at least you self-deported like that miserable fuck, racist fuck, Ryan Bardwell. So now I got 2 white bottom feeders self-deported. I didn't ban him. I didn't tell him to unsubscribe. He just fucking self-deported. And that is the dude. I actually feel like I'm pretty talented at getting these fucking bottom feeding white racists to just rage quit, self-deport. Mission accomplished, bitch. I didn't even, you can't even say, well, Stanley dropped me. He was afraid. Motherfucker, you left. And hey, it's been fun knowing you. The interesting thing is if 12th man is up on a panel, he's not even worth roasting. Dude, I don't give a fuck what your drunk ass says. Every goddamn time, Dirty Dude, you may remember, some of you may remember back in the old days, like, when I used to do that overnight John Galt show, and 12th man and Solid Snake will call in drunker than drunk as fuck. And I was kind of new then, and they were popular, and I'm just letting them natter on. It used to be so frustrating. But over the years, I just kind of come into my own. Dude, I appreciate your service, 12th man, and Solid Snake. But, dude, if you can't get better, if you cannot take the heat when you fucking email me. You didn't come up to my goddamn panel. You motherfucking emailed me with that racist shit. Like, I'm going to take a fucking bottom feeding hobo in Alaska telling me what black excellence is. You got another goddamn thing coming there, buddy. I'm not that guy. I'm not. Dude, I will crush your little racist spirit. And now you know. So let us move on. Thank you, 12th man, for your service. So let's have a look at this. And I warn you, got a little Uber delivery here in a minute. So hopefully it jibes with this video. So this is called hold on one sec here. This is called Blue States, You're the Problem. And this is from, I want to say 2021 or 2022, but it got recommended to me by an author I was reading. So let's have a look at this, and I kind of suspect I'll agree. Democrats got to do better.
Had for a very long time, and it has to do with this map. This is a map of the 18 states in the US where Democrats control the legislative and executive branches, or else have some veto-proof majority in the legislature. Democrats in DC often blame the GOP for foiling their progressive vision.
When middle-class families see their taxes go up, they'll know Republicans are to blame.
But if you zoom into these 18 states, there's effectively no Republicans standing in the way. So my question is, what do Democrats actually do when they have all the power? To answer this question, I teamed up with the Times editorial board writer, Binya Applebaum.
Okay, you got my attention.
He's been thinking about and writing books about and reporting on this topic for decades.
I think, Americans tend to view politics as a competition of us versus them. And they tend to think that if they would just get out of the way, then we can do the things that we want to do. There is no them standing in the way. There's just the we of Democrats and their supporters, and they get to decide what policy should look like in those states. And that is an opportunity for them to implement their vision.
For this story, I also delved into this giant document. It is the 2020 Democratic Party platform. If you want to really understand what Democrats say they want.
Okay, Deacon Dave, you might be the next 12th man with this bullshit. So Deacon Dave says only liberals throw racist labels on everything. So Deacon Dave, let me just ask you a question. So I'm that liberal. I throw racist on everything. I need you to cogitate on that. I call a racist when I see it, and I don't flinch when I say it. So if you think I'm liberal and that's why I'm doing it, you might want to take a deep breath or come up to the panel and defend that. And I'm just going to be blunt. It's an idiotic statement. You've known me for a while. I don't just call everything racist. I generally can say why I think it's racist. You may agree or disagree, but bitch, I don't put racist on everything. Why the fuck are you saying this in my chat? Don't be a 12th man and just depend on the color of your rhetoric, because you don't have white skin, but I can't tell with that comment.
What their vision is for America, it's found inside of this document. This document serves as a guide as we zoom into these states to answer this question. What do Democrats really do when they have all the power?
Nearly 554,000 homeless people from the 25 wealthiest Americans shows they're paying little in income taxes compared to their fortunes, sometimes nothing at all.
We cannot, in good faith, blame the Republican Party when House Democrats have a majority.
There's still very intense segregation happening in all kinds of forms all over this country.
Okay, so let's start with California. To me, California is like the quintessential liberal state. From the state legislature to the whole executive branch to most of the big cities, Dems hold majority control. So what do they do with all this power?
Looking at California, you have to look at housing.
Okay, now wait, listen. When I hear the words housing policy, I tend to sort of doze off. But Binya insists that housing policy and what is happening in California is definitely worth looking at.
You cannot say that you are against inequality in America unless you are willing to have affordable housing built in your neighborhood.
And Democrats completely agree. Here in this document, the word housing is mentioned over 100 times.
The neighborhood where you're born has a huge influence on the rest of your life. Children who are born in neighborhoods with degraded environmental conditions, with a lack of access to high quality public services, poor schools, poor public transit, are at a permanent disadvantage.
And they even say verbatim, housing in America should be stable, accessible, safe, healthy, energy efficient, and above all, affordable.
Housing is a human right.
Housing is a human right.
The rent is going through the roof. Housing is a human right.
How does California do when it comes to housing?
You know where those signs are when you drive into a state, it says, "Welcome to California." They might as well replace them with signs that say, "Keep out." Because in California, the cost of housing is so high that for many people, it's simply unaffordable. The state has simply, for the most part, stopped building housing. I mean, there are cranes, there's housing going up, but it has slowed down over time really, really sharply. And it is nowhere near sufficient to keep pace with California's population. And so what you have is not enough housing and too many people trying to get it. And the inevitable result is that prices have gone up and away.
The median price of a home in San Diego County is now a staggering $830,000.
All around California, there are cities full of people who say that they are progressive. They're liberals. They believe in a more equal America, a more diverse America. They show up to the marches, they put in the lawn signs about everyone being equal, but at the same time, they're actively fighting to keep their neighborhoods looking like this. Okay, wait, but that doesn't look so bad. It's just a bunch of houses in a neighborhood, right? No, it turns out that this is actually the result of specific policies, intentional policies that keeps these neighborhoods spread out and full of single-family homes. as opposed to higher density buildings like duplexes or apartment complexes. This is a real serious fight, and you can get a glimpse into it by looking at a zoning map. Yes, we're looking at a municipal zoning map of Palo Alto, California. Don't leave yet. This is where it sinks in, so just stick around. So everything on this map that is yellow is zoned for single family homes, like this and this. One family can live here. But here in Palo Alto, there are a lot of new jobs. This is a desirable place to live for new opportunities. Over the past 8 years, the San Francisco area has added 676,000 jobs, but only 176,000 housing units. So a few years ago, the city council voted to change the zoning of one section of the city right here. Specifically this 2-acre plot of land. They wanted to change it from low density housing to higher density housing so that they could build a 60-unit affordable housing complex for elderly members of the community. Okay, so they changed the zoning. Start building the 60-unit complex. No, the overwhelmingly liberal residents of Palo Alto decided to hold a vote to overturn the decision, to revert it back to low-density single-family housing, back to yellow. And it passed. And the zoning was overturned. So now when you go to this plot of land, instead of an affordable housing complex for the elderly, what you're gonna see is this. A row of just a few houses, all of them massive and worth around $5 million each.
I think people aren't living their values. You go to these meetings in these neighborhoods where they're talking about a new housing project, and it's always the same song. And it goes like this. I am very in favor of affordable housing. We need more of it in this community. However, I have some concerns about this project.
We have the hearts to do this, but we're doing it wrong, and we're dictating and harm onto the neighborhoods.
And then off we go with the concerns, and then nothing ever gets built.
This is happening all over California. And the result is that these neighborhoods are so expensive that they keep anyone out who isn't a part of this small group of super rich residents, many of whom bought their properties decades ago and who spend their time fighting vigorously to keep the value of their real estate assets super high.
If you want to keep Palo Alto the kind of neighborhood and community that we all treasure, low intensity, low density, safe for kids to walk to school, you've got to vote against Measure D.
There's an aspect of sort of greed here and of nervousness about actually sharing those opportunities.
Let's go to another liberal bastion up here in Washington state. The Democratic Party talks about taxation, saying that our tax code has been, quote, rigged against the American people. Democrats all the time are decrying the fact that tax cuts are going to the wealthiest Americans.
It is time for a wealth tax in America.
Democrats believe in a progressive tax system where the rich pay a larger share of their income than the poor. This is like the most basic policy vision of like a progressive movement. It's front and center in Democrats' policy platform.
But if you go and look at Washington state, what you find is that in Washington state, if you look at the state and local taxes that people pay there, less affluent families pay a much larger share of their income in taxes than the wealthiest residents of Washington state. So people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, two of the state's most famous and wealthy residents, are in this lovely situation of paying less in taxes as a share of their income than the poor people who live in that same state. And this is a fundamental inversion of the values that the Democratic Party professes. There's no state with a more regressive system of taxation than Washington state.
And I'm talking like the most regressive, meaning Texas, which is like the conservative bastion of like anti-taxes, is more progressive than Washington state, liberal Washington state. How is that real? Oh, and guess what? Other states on our map also are in the top 10 of most regressive tax regimes, like Nevada and Illinois.
There have been some changes, particularly in recent years, but the overall situation...
Sorry, folks, I had to get to meet the Uber driver. Let me tell you where this particular video just skipped over the tax on wealth and went right into Jeff Bezos pays more in income. Yes, billionaires get an income that they dictate. The income, dude, look into this. Okay, billionaires, if you got the right kind of assets, you borrow money. You can borrow money. If you're a billionaire and you know what? I want to buy a new goddamn house for $30 million. Well, dude, you got $1 billion. Take out a loan. It's going to be at a lesser rate than income tax. You don't want a salary income that's going to, pay you enough to get the house. You'll get taxed to hell. You borrow it and then pay it back because you got the assets. They seem to have missed that part. Jeff Bezos doesn't really live on his income. The dude has assets that he can borrow money on when he needs to buy the mansion. Totally missed that part. That's why the wealth tax, they mention it, but they don't get into the detail. There's ways of taxing the 50 billion or whatever. There's ways of taxing the actual wealth. They totally miss it. And this is where these fucking MAGA idiots and the people who go, oh, right, left wing are the same bird. They miss the details. They're not the same bird. There's a left and a right wing. They're on different birds.
Remains resistant to change.
So I am very concerned that at this time, which is a very poor time to disincent people from creating jobs in Washington State, that we're even considering it.
From that paycheck that you earn, more of that money is going to state government. And so the effect of that is basically to exacerbate inequality.
Okay, so rich liberals don't show up when it comes to housing or tax.
Okay, let me tell you something, dirty dude, and I'm not fussing, by the way. No. Look, sometimes there needs to be a culling. I would rather 12th man self-deport. He can come back if he wants, but the one thing he's gonna know is don't be emailing me that racist shit. And if you're not smart enough to understand how it's racist, see, it's one of them microaggressions. So you're gonna tell me a motherfucker who couldn't afford to put siding on his goddamn homemade shack until this year is gonna tell me about what black excellence is? Be brave. A motherfucker who builds dog houses and calls them sheds can't fucking figure out how to pour a concrete pad. They're gonna tell me what black culture is? Not on this show, they won't. I'm sorry, but I have standards, and 12th man should stick to his drinking and existing in sub-zero temperatures and barely holding on to warmth before he fucking tells Stanley Cross what black excellence is. He can unsubscribe, and as far as I'm concerned, sometimes you got to lose a few to get a few. 12th man, buddy, known him for a while, but motherfucker, don't be crossing lines. And then the motherfucker wants to bring up the money. Let me read this bullshit again. It was something like, you donate. Let me read this again. So this motherfucker, I hope you take the dollars I gave you and shove them right up your ass. Now, someone tell me why a simple disagreement like you don't tell me what excellence is, why would his quote dollars even come up? Can someone tell me? Because I think I know. This motherfucker thinks because he donates a couple bucks that he gets to say what he wants to say without me pushing back? The fuck? There are people who donate way more money. Speaking of which, my executive producers, dude, they donate way too much money. Like Kimmy the other night, she's an executive producer, and she's up on my panel, and we're pushing back and forth. Probably, I did get concerned. Well, yeah, Stanley, don't go too far. Motherfucker, she donates way more money than Hobo 12th Man. And I'm pushing back against her for less of a reason. Anyway, I'm not going to belabor this, but imagine the gall of that dumb son of a bitch. If you have a disagreement and I tell you, look, this motherfucker is emailing the racist bullshit. I told him with the first email, you're not the judge, but he kept insisting like he has a right to fucking push that trash opinion, and I have to accept it because he sends me a couple bucks? The fuck? I'll end this goddamn channel before I take that kind of fucking guff. What? Dude, the only thing I can think is white supremacy. That's honestly the only thing I can think of. And maybe I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. I've known 12th Man for a couple years now.
Zip code to represent the fact that in America, schools get their funding based on the real estate taxes of the houses within that school district. The more expensive the neighborhood, the more funding goes to the school. So over here in Illinois, which is like the quintessential liberal state, there's this one county that contains the city of Chicago. It's called Cook County. The residents here voted overwhelmingly for Democratic candidates in the presidential and senatorial elections last year. Often what would happen is that this would just be one big school district, and that all the taxes from all the towns in this county would be put into one bucket and distributed equally throughout the county. But the residents of this very blue Democratic county have actually decided to divide themselves into more than 140 school districts. So now you have all these tiny school districts like this one, which are like gerrymandered around the richest part of town. And so all of the taxes from these rich homeowners go into one little bucket and then only get distributed to the schools within this rich region of the county.
It can be on the same block that the town line runs through the middle of it. And if you live on one side of that line, you're consigned to an inferior education by virtue of the fact that you and your neighbors don't have as much money. And if you live on the other side, you're basically a member of a club that is sponsoring a private school, essentially, for the benefit of that small group of kids who are lucky enough to live in that affluent community. And the result is that poor communities have less money to educate their children, and rich communities have more money to educate their children. This is crazy. It means basically that the kids who have the greatest needs have the fewest resources.
The same thing is happening in wealthy, liberal Connecticut, where the inequality in education opportunities is shameful, with some schools having huge budgets for their libraries and facilities, and others in the same state having to use duct tape to keep wind and snow out of their windows. Like, this is a real thing.
We need your help in establishing guidelines, procedures, and funding to address issues negatively impacting our students, like extreme temperatures, mold, lead exposure, and poor water and air quality.
So yeah, Binya tells me that the states could change this. They could actually just collect all the real estate taxes and then equally distribute them. But if you look at some of our liberal strongholds, that is exactly what they are not doing. Let me be clear about something. In blue states, progress is being made, albeit slowly. For instance, a few weeks ago, California finally passed a law that gets rid of single-family zoning. It's a small step in the right direction. And in many cases, blue states provide more and better public services, and historically have given better chances to low-income families to climb the economic ladder. But for some of these foundational democratic values of housing equality, progressive taxation, and education equality, Democrats don't actually embody their values very well.
We're talking, once again, about a system that's been rigged.
Republicans today are to blame.
What we're talking about here is that blue states are the problem. Blue states are where the housing crisis is located. Blue states are where the disparities in education funding are the most dramatic. Blue states are the places where tens of thousands of homeless people are living on the streets. Blue states are the places where economic inequality is increasing most quickly in this country. This is not a problem.
Yeah, what they're not mentioning is blue states are where most people choose to live. And there's a reason for that.
Of not doing well enough. It is a situation where the blue states are the problem.
Affluent liberals tend to be really good at showing up to the marches and talking about how they love equality. They're really good at putting signs in their lawns saying that all are welcome here. But by their actions, what they're actually saying.
Look at this. So, dude is blaming the affluent Democrats. Sounds mighty Marxist to me.
Is yes, we believe in these ideals, just not in my backyard.
We are not living our values. People who live in blue states, people who profess liberal values, you need to look in the mirror and need to understand that they are not taking the actions that are consistent with those values, not just incidentally, not just in small areas, but that some of the most important policy choices. We are denying people the opportunity to prosper and to thrive and to build better lives, and it is happening in places where Democrats control the levers of policy.
Yeah, I'm reading a book called Liberalism as a Way of Life, and that's where I got this video from. It was written last year. This video is like from 2022. Maybe it's 2023. I can't remember now. In some ways, I agree with it, but there's some details that, in my opinion, some clarifying details that should have been addressed. So, I don't know. I got one more thing to look at, and apparently no one's going to hit the link, which is fine. I understand that I'm kind of on a tear here. And but I've got one more thing, and this is guaranteed to tee one of our executive producers off. And I say that jokingly, but who knows? But this is our beloved governor of Georgia, if I can find it. And this is kind of hot off the presses, I guess. Oh, where did I put it? Damn it. Oh, you know what? Let's play this right quick. Brian Kemp talked to the Dispatch, but this Leonard Roy thing might be interested as a little intermission. Seeing as how the show is named after him and all. It's Mega Bland. Mega Bland the Lizard Man. I ought to play a little bit of fucking the show for a Latino show last night. You know what? I might do that and maybe save the Governor Kemp thing for tomorrow. Because I've had a couple beers and might be just fun to end it with the Lizard Man here. Oh, Lizard Man just went in on me last night. Oops.
Leonard Roy coming at you. I'm sitting here watching the news, and all of a sudden, pops on. Up next, we're gonna bring you the latest of the Tupac Shakur, however you say his last name, trial in Las Vegas. It seems to be gang related. I'm like, clink, clink. Let me turn on DVD player and time to watch a movie. So I got running, skimming through my hard drive. Bora. Yeah. I watched Bora. Yeah. Give a damn about no damn Tupac. Any of them rappers. I don't care. Say what you want. Now that was interesting, but that's not really. They should have actually got Brian May to play it on his guitar. It would have been completely off. Thing. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta hit mute because they're gonna have a song that comes on the actual song, and that'll be copyright. But
Oh, broke genius. That is funny as fuck. That's gotta be a show title. That is funny. Good one.
yeah, I'm not interested in that doggone whatever. See, I didn't even like Rappers Delight. That was like the first one. You know, with the hip, the hop, the hippie to the hip hop, the dap bop, the dap with the wick, but it hot, woo ha.
Listen to this dumb, corny bitch. This
Right.
motherfucker. You know
No.
what? You know
I'm
what
thinking
I
to
thought
myself,
of?
well, yeah.
When I heard that little thing he just did, that little scat or whatever it was, it made me think of fucking MASH. This motherfucker is pulling out shit from the late 70s.
That'll never work. Okay. Over 45 years later, it's gotten stupider. Stupider. So, yeah. Give me what, to me, normal music, you know? Rap crap. Some of us having
Give me that normal music that I would play at the gate club. That's normal music.
talking guy, New York cat was talking about these different rappers, and I was like, well, I know somewhat of the rappers. I mean, me DJing on military installations, I had to play certain songs by certain artists or whatever it was. Speaking of Tupac, yeah, his music got banned for play in military installations. So the only time people could hear his music that was after he got smoked, they would have to be at a off-post club, you know. Then, yeah, it was good. Other than that, it's like, nope. His music was on the banned list. Yeah, then came Biggie. And you would think, well, they'll learn now. But
Now, this is a 64-year-old motherfucker doing a special 5-minute show, literally like on rap music. Now, all I have to say is surely a 64-year-old man has better goddamn things to do than reminisce on Biggie and Tupac. This dude is really not that bright. And some of the shit he had to say about me and my son last night, and just some of the general attitude of this weirdo. Hey, what's up, MOT?
And that is where you're wrong. This is
Uh-oh.
exactly all they have to do.
Uh-oh. What?
The age of the Delta November is coming to a sunset. These people are reminiscing on all the kids that they had that they didn't raise, and now nobody needs them anymore.
God damn it. I forgot. I forgot all that. You're right. They're ageless.
Yes.
So dude is reminiscing about him DJing on the military base and Tupac was banned.
Highlight of his life.
You know what?
Playing other people's music that's already popular.
And you know what? It is so funny because I never talk about, dude joined the military like a couple different times. It wasn't even all in one military branch. So I'm always, I never go into like, because a lot of people have done, broken service or, that sort of thing. But dude didn't do all his time in the Army or I think he was in the Air Force or something too. So,
no, you get kicked out of the Air Force, and then like every other branch will take you after you get kicked out of the Air Force.
I don't know. I don't know if he was kicked out. I just, kind of going on what he says, he quit.
No.
Tried his luck.
No. What I'm saying, you can get chaptered out the Air Force and you can go straight to the Army or the Marines. No problem.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, now if you get chaptered, is that like a general?
Yeah, general
Or
under honorable conditions, and they will
Really?
accept you into the Army or the Marines. Yes.
Really? Now that I
Yes.
did, I thought if it's anything other than a straight honorable, I didn't know that.
Nope.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's how they end up in the Army and the Marines after leaving the Air Force.
Well, I don't know which he did first. Sometimes it's kind of
No,
different.
but you'll never be able to go into the Navy or the Air Force from
Right.
there.
Yeah.
But you can definitely go from the Air Force to the actual Army or the Marines because they'll take anybody.
Well, yeah, they need bodies.
Yeah.
This is Sin, you're asking MOT, do you remember him talking about his son years ago? Sin, do you mean me? Or just hold on one sec, because I actually know the answer to this, but this might be another person who's going to wind up unsubscribing from this channel. Sin, do you mean me or Leonard talking about a son? Oh, Leonard. Why are you so concerned about Leonard talking about his son? I'm curious to know. Anyway, Leonard, I'm just, this is kind of like I was gonna do like the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, talking about something or another, and I'm kind of zonked out. I'm just gonna listen to this and then a little bit of Leonard on Latino for Trump's show. These people have a lot of animosity towards me, MOT. And
it's not towards you. And it's towards people like you and me. Because we're just dismissing
Right.
as stupid, and they don't like that.
Yep.
Like, they don't like being figured out that quick. Well, I mean, all this stuff can be fixed with information and introspection. But when you are information resistant, I mean, and here's the thing about these information resistant people. They have a lot of time equity on their hands to keep going after the wrong solutions.
Well, I honestly don't think that I don't think Leonard's not looking for solutions. He's just looking for amusement.
I know.
I mean,
I know. Grown ass man who's looking for entertainment. Yeah. Tolerate
I'm
my
literally
presence.
like,
I'm entertaining. Yeah, that's what it is.
oh, let me tell you why he's mad at me, MOT. When Leonard goes up to a panel, he tends to want to be the DJ. He needs to be the center of attention, and he does all the talking and the jokes and stuff like that. You'll see what I'm talking about here in a few minutes. I wouldn't let him do it on my panel. I'm like, dude, there can only be one star. Now, I know I sound like a dick. Okay, I'm going to just freely admit that. But, dude, you're not the star of Stanley versus the World. You're a panelist. I'm not going to let you wander where you will. I'm literally, if you want to wander off to a topic I'm not interested in, I'm going to pull you back to what we're talking about. If you wander off to something that I don't want to talk about, I'm sorry, you don't get that latitude. And he had a problem with that. I'm not a YN. You're on my show. You're welcome. I'm glad you're here. But dude, you're not like, I don't need Leonard to bring in numbers. I'd rather not have the numbers. It simply doesn't work that way.
And that's the thing. The Delta November in general think that my presence, my eyeballs is more important than what direction you're trying to take the show.
Right.
And they always think, you know what, I have leverage over you because there's more of us than you. And I'm like, you're right. And I'm like, you know what? And I'd rather take this conversation in a direction where there's less of you than me. It's like, oh, well, you can't do that. We're doing that to you. And it's like, I don't need your eyeballs, man. Like, I also played yesterday. And a person literally said to me in the chat, well, MOT, that's why nobody comes to your channel. And I'm like, well, Delta November eyeballs is not why I'm here. And the reason why you are where you are is because you're not trying to look for solutions. You're looking for scapegoats. So I don't need your eyeballs. I don't want you coming over. And the whole point was me not lowering my channel so that way I could have these idiots come over and destroy it. Like, these people literally think they have some leverage.
Yes.
Somebody told them that they have some leverage.
Yes. Hey, I'm a star over here on this channel. And you actually hear it every now and again. I bring numbers. When whatever panel I'm on, I bring eyeballs. I'm like, well, sorry. There are eyeballs I just don't need. And
but when you tell them that the Delta November Plus card isn't acceptable here, it's a crushing blow to them.
Yeah, and it definitely was for Leonard. You could tell his feelings were hurt. So
But you're
let's
supposed
finish
to live
up.
through their feelings and let them matter off, as you say, and to do all this other stuff. And it's like,
Well, look, the bottom line is honestly, I knew when I went up, I was the only quote liberal on this John Galt platform. Dude,
Oh man.
and I did it anyway because I had stuff to say. They asked me to do it. And my plan was just to stay out of their way. They can do whatever they want to do during the day. I'm going to do my own thing. And it's kind of the same way here. But the interesting thing, most of the people in my chat on any given day don't really agree with me politically, not lock, stock, and barrel, but they still interact, they troll. It's still a good old time. Leonard, honestly, Leonard is unpleasant. Okay. If I had my heart of hearts, if I was picking a basketball team, he'd probably be my last pick because he's just unpleasant. And I have no idea why more people just aren't up front and go, look, you know what? You're just not that funny. He's funny if you like Delta November, the Delta November version of the Three Stooges.
Yeah.
If you want a Delta November of the Three Stooges, complete with weird noises and slapstick comedy, Leonard's your man.
Delta November slapstick. Wow. Oh,
but
man.
listen to how he just kind of chuckles at his own jokes. You'll get where I'm going with the Delta November Three Stooges.
You can't underestimate the Wakandan mind. See, Wakandans love death and destruction. They thrive on it. They do. It's a trip. And that's why I continually tell people, hey, you got a plan to move up and get away from those Wakandans in urban Ameristan. That's a new one there. Urban Ameristan.
Now all he needs is a little curly hand gesture. This motherfucker's a weirdo.
And they stay in them urban environments. Work your plan, get the hell out. Be silent about it. Don't tell anybody. Just go. So by the time they catch on, you're already gone. They can't touch you. See, that's how that go. No time for that doggone garbage. Shoot. Matter of fact, let me find another doggone movie. Try to find something. Yeah, I'm in the mood now. Changed up. I want to watch some urban tragedy. Paid in Full. Yeah, that's a great urban tragedy. And besides, the lead actor is from Chicago. Yeah, that's a good one. Let me watch that. So in the meantime, between time, you all have a good time doing whatever, as I'm sitting way away from Wakandans laughing.
Listen to this weirdo. Let me back this up.
But he's a Wakandan himself. He's a Wakandan himself.
This motherfucker is all three of the Stooges.
Good time doing whatever, as I'm sitting way away from Wakandans laughing.
We are in a moment that is different.
Yeah, that dude is different. Let me just say he is different. But yet, this dude, this is last night on Latino for Trump stream. It's Let's Talk About It 1212. And you know, I couldn't sleep, so I'm just kind of hanging out in the chat, roasting people, trolling. You know, unfortunately, it just tends to be amusing to do. So at some point in time, Leonard comes up. Now I may have to fast forward it a little bit.
No.
That was my fault.
No.
And by the way, Leonard,
And besides, and
Oh, we got the Delta November trio here. We got Seymour, we got Leonard Remix Roy, and we got this weirdo Vanta. And dude, they are a trio of just, my mother used to call them maladjusted. We got 3 maladjusted Delta Novembers up here.
and at the end of the day, I'm just having fun with the shit because I hate rap. They got a trial going on right now for Tupac, and I'm sitting here like, why? Didn't he get smoked 30 years ago? Just take the L. Keep life moving.
Yeah, but that's how trials work, though.
Yeah, but I'm
you have enough evidence.
Tupac is fertilized.
No swag.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said that's how trials work. Once you have enough evidence to try somebody, you do. So they should be okay with that, right?
Yeah, these guys, dude, MOT, you actually have productive work to do. Unfortunately, I don't. Dude, I hear some of the most like uneducated, unhinged.
No. You're just now hearing it. I've been hearing it for 12 years. No. You're just now figuring out what's been incubating in Black America. I've had my time.
Oh my God, dude. You know what? Honestly, maybe this is. I'm not one to go, Black America's fucked up or anything like that. But damn, if I were inclined to think that way, I think.
I know. Just look at it as therapeutic ignorance.
It's like these people have some crazy notions about how America works.
Yes.
Tupac is this doggone fertilizer.
I care about Tupac.
Shoot, him
Who cares about Tupac? Fuck
and all the
Tupac.
rest of them dead rappers.
I hate Tupac. I hate Biggie. Fuck them too. Fuck them all.
I don't think you got no swag, Lenny. You ain't got no rap.
I don't have any swag. You don't know what swag is. You're too young.
Y'all super swag, Jack.
But you
hold on. Let's see.
So you got Vanta, who's almost 40. He is a top right. You got Seymour.
No. I know.
Oh, you know who these people are?
Oh yeah. No, I know who.
So Leonard is like 64, and these dudes are talking about swag and Tupac.
Wow.
Latino, hold on, Latino.
Latino, let me smoke this motherfucker.
Latino. Did he say he got
what?
Super swag?
You don't know swag. You don't have to suck a bowl back though. You suck bowl back.
Okay. Now check this out. You know what swag before Tupac and the rest of the gaiety guys got a hold to it? Swag was an acronym. It meant secretly we are gay. That's swag.
You just made that up.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad at anything.
We don't care.
Are you crazy?
Swag is called charisma. And fucking
swag is called dude.
Like it's a combination.
Dude.
You're an idiot, and it's swagger. You're shorthand for swagger, idiot.
No, it's not short for swagger.
It is. It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
They told you where you DJ at.
No, it's not.
You learned that at the place we DJ.
No one.
I'll probably skip ahead because,
but he can't tell you who made that song though.
Yeah, these guys are now. Leonard used to be like a DJ, so I guess he has to come up. And there's this weird dude called Signal 66. Who I've run in before, he's just kind of strange. He usually comes up like, if being drunk is like a volume knob, he's usually at 10. So this is after he's gone.
Harriet Tubman's baby.
Now, I'm going to say this, though, in Leonard's defense and Seymour, I'm down in the chat sniping. I am trolling these people. So they have a reason to come after me. I'll give them that much. I'm down there sniping away, making jokes. And finally, but I just like triggering these dummies. And then they start going, well, Stanley, come up here. Like, I'm not coming up there.
What liver? He doesn't have a liver anymore.
No liver
liver
she's talking slower
whatsoever.
and slower.
Yep. Shit.
I
He
look- I
wasn't
look
a
at-
weeble. He's a weeble wobble, but he don't fall down. I was hoping he fell. I was waiting on the fall.
Speaking of pennies, and I want to see fall outside of you, Leonard, but Stanley, look at Stanley in the chat. Stanley.
Oh, I'm not even. I don't
Stanley.
even. No. Stanley look like.
Dude, I trigger the fuck out of these folks. I'm just down there making jokes. And all of a sudden, if one takes notice, they all have to take notice. And at some point, all 5 of them do. But, Latino and Jewel, they'll only go so far. But I really, Leonard literally, and I'm not hyperbolic when I say this, Leonard got pissed off because I wouldn't let him just do what he wanted to do on my panel. And that's just not going to happen. There's some people I would just let go, but Leonard, he's done some questionable things, and some people you just need to keep on a short leash, and he is one of them.
Look like Harriet Tubman's baby daddy. I can't.
Now listen to this fool. Stanley looks like Harriet Tubman's baby daddy. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds funny. And Harriet Tubman.
But you have to understand, Stanley, man, these people have been sequestered throughout society for such a long time. Like, people would snatch microphones, unplug microphones from them, tell them to shut the hell up, tell them to go sit in a corner. And the internet has given these people a level of gumption to where they just let their freak flag fly.
Right. But here's the deal, though. And Latino in Jewel, look, they're racists. And they get pissed off when I tell them to their face, but they're going to let someone like a Leonard Roy just run rampant no matter what. Like Harriet Tubman literally posthumously has been made like an army general for intelligence work, regardless of, whether she was attractive or not. She's a genuine heroine.
And she worked for things that they would never work for.
She was doing shit that men wouldn't do. Dude, she was like going behind Confederate lines freeing slaves and shit.
Yeah.
Something these people would never even contemplate. Some of these fools wouldn't even escape in the first place. They'd have been there, handing their massa the gun on the Confederate battle lines.
I mean, even if the ground was lit up with arrows where to leave, they wouldn't leave.
No. But Leonard at 64, so Army veteran and all this shit, he will show you the uniforms. Dude, talking shit about a genuine historical hero. And everyone on this panel, no one has shit to say about it. It would never happen on my panel. I would literally go, "Hey, you've made one joke. That's your one Harriet Tubman joke. Do not take this farther."
No. It's too early in the morning for that.
Man, sure.
It'll make me have nightmares whenever I go. I'm already watching The Omen on TV. I mean, you trying to send me into Looneyville?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so why would you jump on a panel expecting Looneyville? Because we are in Arkham Asylum. You know, Latino and Joe, they're joking Harley Quinn. Me, I'm probably more like the Riddler. CM is probably like the Penguin.
No, I'm like Two-Face.
Okay. Actually, no, I'm Two-Face. I'm Two-Face. I'm Two-Face. Actually, no, you're Two-Face because you are a Two-Face bastard. Okay, I'll give you that one. Maybe I'm the Penguin because I'm a capitalist.
You like the Riddler.
Okay, yeah. Riddle me this, Nick. I was gonna say that.
Well, you give him Riddler. Catwoman.
Wait, who? Wait, say that again. Wait. Who? Listen, I know. Listen. I'm psychologically so autistic. I know exactly who you are.
I thought you were going to say you psychedelic. What the fuck's really going on?
No. I don't do the wacky to backy. I don't do that whole.
No, yeah. Well.
Yeah. I'm clean. And that's why.
Manly.
Okay, you're gay and trying to.
But he's Stanley. Stanley.
What is going on?
Oh, it's gonna get better.
Why is he singing to you?
Dude, this guy is just. I don't know. I've heard, PTSD. The dude's behavior is kind of erratic. He is just a clown. And, they love having a Leonard or a JP. They love having people like that who just reinforce
a point-antable Negro. Oh, they love it.
Yep.
Oh, they love it. And they love playing that role too.
Oh, absolutely, dude! It's popular. He gets up on any panel. It's just I couldn't be 64 and be this way. It's bad enough what I do, but goddamn, dude. This Leonard Roy is out there.
His hands dry
and it's gonna get better.
Like the sand in Saudi Arabia. You ever seen that shit? Put some water and Vaseline on that shit or something.
Chat. Wait. CM. Chat. CM. Latino Joe. You see why I hate boomers? You see why I say these two need to.
You know what? Boomers don't care.
Bye.
We fart in your general direction. That's what boomers do.
The
fart in your general direction.
The pillow is coming. I'm just saying.
It's all right.
The pillow.
Niggas die every day, B.
Oh, not using N-word.
Niggas die every day, B.
I pray to God you die tomorrow.
Hey, one of your fellow Somalians being a doggone stab you in the chest with a machete.
I hope they die too.
Walking to the pub. And that what you doggone you Muslims do over there?
Well, I'm
Hack each other to death with damn machetes.
I'm not even Muslim.
Like in that movie. What was that movie?
Black Hawk Down?
No, not that one.
Which one?
They actually had doggone real weapons. You don't have real weapons.
Yeah, we have AK-47.
The Hutus and the Tutsis. The Hutu and the Tutsis.
You talk about Hotel Rwanda. So
he know his people. He know his people. He know his Africans.
So Rwanda
he know his
is
Africans.
Rwanda
he
is
know
Somalia
his Africans.
It's like they will go through every racial stereotype that they can think of at like 4:00 in the morning. This is really early in the morning. So, people are probably a little loopy anyway. but it just gets better. And part of the reason I'm showing this is it's a little self-aggrandizing too, because Leonard especially just he just goes in. He like pulls up my channel on his phone. There's some videos, some early videos where I was talking about one thing or another, because I used to do video essays until I learned I hate editing. He just does everything he can to just I don't know what he's trying to do, to be honest.
Oh my God. This is why I hate your generation. Just hurry up and die, bro.
Yeah. See, that's like Ilhan Omar, that brother fucker. She's a brother fucker.
And
well, you know how they get down.
And my family hate her with passion.
And Vanta gets upset because he know his mother and father is actually his uncle and aunt.
That's doing too much now. You're doing too much. Relax.
I ain't doing too much. It's the truth. You know how y'all get out.
No. What do you know about my bloodline?
Y'all keep it in the family. Literally.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So
now, see, this is interesting because all these idiots and perverts, quite frankly, they'll turn on each other and then they'll go back and forth. And instead of one of them just going, I've had enough and leaving. Well, no, I want to stay because eventually it'll turn on somebody else. This is literally schoolyard behavior.
You probably go back, fuck your sister, make some babies, and make it appear to be an accident.
Is that your fascination?
Now, this is literally Leonard talking to Vanta, saying all this shit, and dude is up here taking it like a champ.
Nation and your fetish.
That's not a fascination. That's a matter of fact.
It's not fact.
Why y'all think y'all heads look like that? Anybody in the United States knows that have seen inbred people. They know inbred people have short torsos, long arms and legs, and a big watermelon forehead. Y'all seen them inbred folk?
This is why a lot of people hate you, Americans.
No, why? I'm silent now. Deny it.
I am denying.
Deny it.
It's bullshit.
Deny it.
Yeah, I am. I'm denying it.
You can't deny it. There's too much proof out there.
Where's the proof?
Yeah, you know how white folks say when they see black folk, all of them look alike. All y'all look alike because all of you all are DNA connected directly.
So let's take the white folk stereotype, adopt it, and then use it on an African. Let's take the white man's white supremacy and use it on other black people. Dude, it's literally perverted, in my opinion.
Yo.
Oh, and by the way, this is a 64-year-old.
You know what? Fuck you. I can't. This is what I'm saying. Just hurry up and die. The reason why we are in this.
Y'all. They hate Marvin Gaye's song. Brother.
Boring. We don't care. The karaoke.
Are you sure that's your aunt or your mother?
No more singing. The reason why the world is a hellscape because of your fucking generation.
The world, motherfucker, you ain't even in this country. You ain't in this country. Hurry up and die.
Right?
Hurry up and die. Hurry up and die. Like the Koreans. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy.
Okay, we get it. We're boring. We get it.
You can't even come to the United States. Your passport is invalid.
My passport is British, by the way. I have a British passport.
Invalid.
By the way, more superior than yours.
Invalid.
Last I checked.
Invalid. As soon as they see that forehead, they be like, "You playing games with us."
It's still superior to your passport.
No, it's not.
What? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You can say no, it's not, but yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The British passport.
Keep believing that shit. That's
is
why
more
you got all the
powerful
Muslims. That's why you
than
and
the
your fellow
American
Muslims
passport.
over there got all the doggone white folk living in a state of fear. They think y'all gonna do what happened in Haiti. You probably will. Then the United States should step in and blow all you bastards to hell.
Things are shifting. Things are shifting.
Things are shifting.
By the way,
So this is a fun little panel. Dude, these guys are really just toxic. Like, damn, why is any of this necessary?
As soon as you Muslim motherfuckers take over England, the United States of America will step in and blow all you googa bastards to hell.
Monkey.
What?
Monkey. You don't think the
blow you
English
to hell.
had invaded
just
before?
like Baghdad,
bro?
Yep. I told you it was. I told you it hasn't even reached like the crescendo yet. It gets worse.
and every place else that the United States military has stepped foot on land. That's what we do. We blow you little doggone African bastards to hell.
African bastards? Which Africans?
Yeah, you little African bastards. When the last time anybody seen?
On a Latino for Trump panel.
For $9.99 a day.
Yes. And Latinos up there, Jules up there, they're co-hosts. But let me tell you something. Latino and Jewel, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say they are stone cold racists themselves. Now, the thing is they're actually, one thing that I've learned on YouTube is the most virulent racists tend to be the most uneducated, just people who haven't been exposed to, I don't know, a larger world, or just like, there's just some things you don't do, past a certain level of education. This sort of stuff.
Nor discuss.
Exactly. Now, this is not Vanta's panel or Leonard's panel or C. Holiday's panel. The two co-hosts are just, I guess they're just going to let this go back and forth. And I'm going to be honest. This exchange and Vanta can be just as horrible. So I'm not feeling sorry for Vanta here. He said way worse things about Americans. And Leonard and Vanta, they know each other from around. But some of this stuff is just cringeworthy. I'd have to step in if this were my panel and go, hey, you know what? We either need to move on to another topic, or maybe we just need to shut this down.
You can support this little American child that doesn't have clean water.
1990 adverts. We are in 2026.
Y'all still got, save the children still on y'all shit. Fuck out of here.
He still thinks that we live in the 90s. You are so old. You're so outdated. We are in 2026. You old bastard. He thinks we still had adverts about, for a starving child, send $1 to Africa.
Okay, how much does it cost? How much does it cost monthly to live like a king where you live? In Somaliland. Well, what your people are? Huh? $100. Get the fuck out of here. He's deflecting.
You are stupid. You are literally stupid.
He know damn well I could get a little young 35 able to produce a baby ass. I could take her to Somaliland.
No. Let it shut the fuck up.
And she would live like a princess.
Latino, why is he doing this, Latino? Why is he doing that? Why are you mentioning somebody?
Because I could live like a king in the country you can't live in that you from.
Why are you mentioning
somebody
that's not who can't defend themselves?
What the fuck?
Why? Fucking bastard. What
the fuck is going on?
Dude, this is what passes for banter. The most racist, atrocious shit. This is just banter.
Booga booga.
Latino, I don't give a fuck if the means. I'm dead ass serious right now. I'm being serious.
Go ahead. Let him go.
Did you hear that? Let him go. Let him go.
Give him a new
Allah wakwa.
You are.
And then what you niggas say?
Oh my Lord.
Allah wakwa.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, Allah wakwa. Allah kaka.
Listen to that shit eating.
I mean, that's highfalutin ignorance, man. Highfalutin ignorance, man.
This motherfucker, and then he's snickering at his own fucking corny ass shit.
I mean, it's like somebody with a British accent, man. Could you pass the grapefruit farm?
It's like, dude, these motherfuckers are weirdos. It's fascinating to hear.
Allah dada. Yeah.
Then they go to somebody
Like
of
we used to
another
be in
racist
Iraq.
panel.
You know, it's only two
and
factions
analyze
of them: the
the
Sunnis
pure,
and the Shiite.
unadulterated bumpkin that they expect you to act like.
And then they get mad when I call them racist. These people get up in their feelings when I go, dude, that racist shit has got to go. Jules a racist. Latinos
They're
are
trying
racist.
to tell
They're
them
just
about
tolerating this
standards. I mean, because it supports their narrative, obviously.
Yeah, I am fascinated at why people get mad when I point out y'all are allowing this shit. What could I think? What am I going to think? You're not racist?
You'd be like, I got to take a Shiite Sunni. My guts is bothering me. That's your people, Vanta. You Muslim fucker. I laugh at Muslims. Yes, I do. I laugh at you African Muslims. How about everyone else too?
What the fuck?
Ooh. Potentially offensive content ahead. Uh-oh. Ooh. Show that video of me showing my ass.
We got to celebrate our differences. We got.
Yeah, let's. So this is how we cleanse our palate with more racist shit.
To celebrate our differences.
I love this video.
Jesus.
Celebrate our differences. Nacho taco, chimichanga. 'Cause it's beautiful when the whole world sings together as one.
There you go. That's liberalism, Latino.
Listen to this, dumber than fuck. That's liberalism.
Like how the
Dude, these are some stupid motherfuckers up there.
black guys have the bone boogers, like me.
I like I love the Mexican part. Chimichanga, chimichanga. Oh my god. Ooga booga too. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's your melting pot, America. All you know is this basic shit like ooga booga food, chimichanga food, ching chong food, whatever food.
What?
That's
They
culture.
do want us to focus on the food a lot. I agree with you on that.
But I'm saying culture is more than food. But that's what these white liberals think. Oh yeah, we all diverse. Diversity, yay! I love having shawarma from some Arab guy. I love
sushi.
I love sushi from some chingachanga. Bro,
I love
I'm
crispy Africans. I cheer them on while they're dancing.
Well, actually, you're not part of the equation. Hurry up and die.
Hey. Hey, Latino, you want to full screen that shit, man? Go on, full screen that shit, OJ. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. I'm the Jim Crow dance.
Show the picture of Stanley. Show everybody how scary Stanley looks.
Oh, shit.
Now, this motherfucker out of nowhere was so bigger as Stanley. Out of nowhere. Dude, I am obviously living rent free in some empty Delta November skulls.
You got one of Stanley?
Well, let me look for it right quick. Hold on. Give me a minute. 'Cause I don't have a still shot. But if you go to his YouTube page and go to his very first video that he ever posted, he didn't know that it was recording himself. And well, goddamn, come on, motherfucker.
Now, see, Leonard gets so much wrong. I literally knew I was recording myself. How the fuck, dude, do you not think before you upload a video, I look at the shit before I upload it? This is how stupid this motherfucker is. He thinks everybody else is stupid as well. Anybody who's ever done any editing is going to look at shit before they upload it. And
Shit, they
probably after they upload it too. This dude is just, he is so scrambled in the head. He just comes up with a narrative. And the thing is pretty much everybody up on that panel, he knows nobody's going to contradict him.
Yeah, here we go. YouTube. And let me type in. Let me type in Stanley Cross. Oh, let's see. Gotta turn this flashlight on so I can see. This some bullshit.
You know, I actually think silence is something that he just isn't able to deal with. It's like he has to be talking or humming or chuckling. This motherfucker can't deal with silence. Maybe it's that PTSD thing. I don't know.
That I got going
Has
on
nothing
right
to do
now.
with PTSD.
Sorry about that, OG.
What'd you say? Nothing to do with PTSD?
Nothing to do with PTSD.
Stanleycross.
Yeah, I mean, it's like active
Stanley
camouflage.
Cross.
Man. It's active
Okay.
ignorance.
Nah.
Yeah, this dude is a piece of work.
I mean, it's like a force field.
What? A force field against reality?
Yes, a force field of active ignorance.
Sookie now. We close, y'all.
Unmedicated,
Let me click on Stanley
unsupervised,
Cross.
uncommitted.
Ooh, 381 subscribers. That's all the hell he got? Well, goddamn. Okay. Now videos. And let me go all the way down. Okay. Yeah. And let me go all the way down on this list here. All the way down to the bottom. Gotta go to the bottom.
I'm
There
trying
we
to
go.
figure out.
All right. Here we is. Look at that
I
motherfucker there.
I think what it is he just likes the dramatic buildup. He can't just go and fucking find the video. He has to add in, the buildup. And I mean, I guess it's a DJ, like the performance. Everything has to be a performance.
Yeah.
I got to back it up now because
Well, and here's the other thing that really galls me. I bet this motherfucker hasn't watched the whole video, like what the video was
Of
about.
course not. Come
It
on.
was, you know, the video wasn't just me mugging for the camera. There was actually a topic that I talked about. Dude, it is just so sad.
found out it was showing him, and he was mad to the motherfucking flip.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm madder than a motherfucker. Dude, what I'm doing is probably loading something. You know what? He's confusing mad with serious.
You guys are fucked up.
And that's on his YouTube channel, so it ain't like, you know, I'm making shit up.
It's
Clip
like,
that shit.
Are
Clip that shit.
those walls padded behind him? Looks like a
I don't know what the fuck he got
you
going
fucked
on.
up. Yo, come on, dog.
No, then if you go back, because he made the same mistake again on his second.
Yeah. Now listen to the logic of this dumb fuck. So, 2 YouTube videos, and I made the same mistake twice? 2 different videos. So what he's saying is you edit the video, you look at the video before you upload it, probably look at the video after you upload it to make sure it plays on YouTube. But I made the mistake twice. And no one is like listening to him apparently. Like, how do you make the same fucking mistake? Let me tell you what I think happened. It was a video clip, and I probably used the same video clip twice. Part of my little shtick was like, look, I've never really been on camera that much. So, you know, you do about 3 or 4 seconds to let people see who you are. Then you go into the essay. It was kind of, you know, geeky or corny as it is. It was actually planned out. You know, I actually planned these videos. I'll just hop on a camera and I'm not that talented.
Video. Richard Hanna had whatever needs. All right, black nationalism. Go back to the beginning. Let's see. Oh, no, maybe he got rid of that other one. Let's see here. Go back again.
No.
But I know.
No, I literally didn't get rid of it. I haven't been back through my videos. Probably should go back and call some of them. But no, I didn't get rid of shit.
So for a fact that he did it on this one. He was doggone 1 second too shy.
Now, see, these 2 dumb fucks are too silly to notice. It's the same video on both.
Like I said, he didn't look at it. He didn't look at it.
Do these people really, are they really that stupid? It's the same video clip on 2 different separate videos, but I did it by accident. Like I recorded both of them at the same time. These dudes are really obtuse. It is no wonder America's fucked up, because we got guys like this who just have no ability to think critically. The joke is more important than actually thinking.
God damn, that's scary. He was like,
I mean, for a man, you guys say he's 60. He looks pretty young for 60.
He do?
Like a young 60?
No, he's he's 61, I think. Yeah, he's 61 because
he don't look like he's
his Social Security kicks in next year. His next birthday.
He ain't 60.
Yeah.
Why are they worried about
They lying about his age.
But then I'm like, what the hell is that over there? Are those Power Ranger toys?
Stanley like
Okay, let me tell you what those are. Those are books and a poster an old girlfriend gave me years ago. Now the little flowery
But
looking
they
thing.
can't recognize books. Like, why would they recognize books?
So the flower thing behind it, it's probably all dusty by now. My uh it was artificial flowers given by a soccer team to me, at my wife's like memorial service, because she was one of the, people, one of the soccer moms or whatever. So it's just artificial flowers. It's been up there for years at this point. I should probably dust them or put them away. But dude, it's my dead wife's flowers. Not to do a sob story or anything like that. But these guys, they're, and the thing is they're not funny. They're not clever. It really just comes off as bitterness. If you're gonna do a joke, even if it's a little risque or a little off color, be funny. Otherwise, it comes off as bitterness. And Leonard just sounds bitter as fuck. And Latino's like, well, no one else is saying anything near, oh, he looks younger. But see, Leonard's not reading the room. Nobody else besides him and CM. It's like these dudes just, they are just like, they're just horrible, unpleasant people.
The fuck
yeah,
you got going on?
You fucked up.
What do you got going on over there?
Stanley's like those Dominican kids that sign up for baseball late and lie about their age and shit.
Oh, that motherfucker look like Mr. Sims from Tales from the Hood. Ooh, we gonna get the shit now. Ooh, the booty pop. Yeah, the shit. We gonna get the shit. Oh, I give you the drugs, you give me the money. Oh, the shit. Oh, I'm new to this.
Horrific.
He said, I literally don't look like a lizard person. Damn, we trying to say that you look like a lizard, bro? God damn.
He trying to talk about CM look like a lizard. This motherfucker he look like Harriet Tubman's baby.
Now, who the fuck does he think I'm talking to? He's done 95% of the talking. So he thinks I'm talking about CM. That's how clueless this motherfucker is. I don't think he understands how. Look, I don't have a problem with Leonard calling me ugly because I know the real truth is, dude, I may be ugly, but I'm not Leonard ugly.
Your daddy.
Twice removed. He said, Leonard, show your face.
I show my face all the time. My face is nothing new to anybody. Cracula. You have movies called Blackula. This motherfucker look like Cracula. God damn. All them dark circles under your eyes and shit. You was a filthy little motherfucker too. Yeah. That mutterer futterer. Claude, have mercy. Miss Parker.
Why you always talking about men's lips, dude? That's weird.
He's in no position to say anything to anybody. A Florida Evans looking motherfucker.
He looked like Mason Gray across the fucking
that was
amphibian.
Damn.
Yeah, he looked like Mason Gray across the amphibian.
So we need to do a lip off. Yeah. When the last time your lips been on some
we need to do a what?
No, do a lip off. This motherfucker. It took 40 years and going to the doctor for him.
Now this part is fascinating. So I was 41 when my son was born. So Leonard he's come up with the narrative that I had to go to the doctor or something like that, some artificial process or anything. They're literally teasing me because I've had one child in my life and I was 41 when I did it. And literally, both these guys are like, ooh, you only had one baby mama. These dudes, and this is some street shit here. This is some Delta November shit. Oh, Stanley, you only had one child in 40 years? Now, Leonard has had like 2 or 3 divorces and children all over the place.
So everybody
Fucking
else should too.
dude, it's just amazing. So because my mother used to call it different and many, these people have different and many children. Because I didn't do that shit, I'm the weird one. It's amazing.
Them to make a baby.
And to
I don't
them,
think
having
anybody
kids
else on
is the
there.
accomplishment.
It took us 40 years
Shit,
to
it
shoot
took
up
me-
the club.
Took me 16.
Yeah, so this motherfucker, it took me
they're
16
bragging
years
about
to have a baby.
impregnating-
Dude, these guys
impregnating
are
women.
bragging. Oh man, this dude is bragging about having a child at 16. And there's a woman up on this panel, and nobody is calling that out at all.
That's why, if you think I'm gonna be saving this community or helping these motherfuckers with shit, you must be out of your rabbit ass mind. This shit is a 1.0, and this shit dies with them. Believe me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny you should say that. Knowing people like Leonard and CM, it's actually made me somewhat social Darwinist. I'm with you.
We have no choice. No choice but to become a social Darwinist after listening to this. No choice. Any rational human being would say, what is the address and how much yield and what type of weapons do we have? What type of weapons do we have left?
Well, I think I don't even think you need to intervene.
No, of course not.
It'll just kind of happen naturally. But it is literally hearing these two just go, oh, you only had one son and you were 41. You had to go to the dick doctor.
So
I'm like,
they
dude.
had to one up you by telling you how much lower they pitch kids and women. That was a flex.
Took me 18.
It is very difficult to not just call for open, side with the G, man. Like, whenever you hear this, you be like, who are the women who allowed themselves to be repregnated by these dudes? These level of men. Who were these women?
Well, these people, these two will be up on other panels, and folks talking about the nuclear family. And let me tell you something.
These idiots talking about the nuclear family.
Hey, let me tell you something. Leonard, out of his own words, he is a black Republican. And somebody asked him, well, how do you justify all this shit that you say, but you call yourself a Republican? I mean, this dude, I mean, he has zero conservative values.
No.
So how the fuck, I don't get obviously he can hold two opposing thoughts in his head at the same time. How do you tease a black man who got married? It was late in life, had a son within marriage, but he is the weird one. I just don't get it. You would think a Republican, a black Republican, would be going, yeah, better late than never, bro. Better late than never. At least you did it the right way. Oh, fuck no.
No.
Yeah, these guys, this is why I mock these guys. They have zero principles and they're just not consistent. They're just saying whatever comes to, as you call it, their rabbit ass mind.
Yeah. They throw out everything unstupefyingly possible.
Well, I'm trying to figure whether look, if this is like to get a laugh, it's not even funny. I don't get it. That's why, but this is why I didn't go up to the panel. What possible purpose would I have going up other than, the chaos and the yelling and the back and forth and the roasting? I had no business going up to that panel at like 4 a.m. because all it's going to be is just mindless chaos.
First one.
No business.
Them bouncy lips. Hell yeah, I got bouncy lips.
Business.
Yeah. See, I could eat that snatch and give a sound effects too, something like this.
Listen to the Beavis and Butthead reaction. And this is a 64-year-old saying all this shit.
Why not?
Dude, just no
Why
dignity.
Not?
What?
Why not? Why not? No, seriously, why not?
Dude, I just can't imagine me even doing that kind of shit. Dude, it's just, and to use an old-fashioned Emily Post word, it's unseemly.
Yeah.
Hoes love that shit. They're like, ooh, motorboat me, daddy. Oh, daddy. Hell yeah. Shit. Stanley knows. He ain't nothing but Stanley is a bottom of the ninth dick. But bitch ain't got no other alternatives. It's like, well, shit. All right.
Whoa.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess, it's late in the game or something like that. Okay. Dude, I can tell you what was going through. I can tell you what was going through my mind. I'm like, well, fuck, I guess I'll never get married and have kids. And then lo and behold, dude, I was happy as fuck. And my wife is like she was 11 months younger. So she was 40 when my son was born. We were both, it wasn't her first child, but it's like, dude, to be honest, I'm surprised I'm surprised that it kept until we were 40 and 41. When we found each other, it was on.
Man. You don't let the dude just drag you like this, Stanley?
Shit, it ain't like I'm lying on this motherfucking ass.
Damn, Stanley.
I'm not lying. Yeah.
Now, apparently they're expecting me to get all upset and come up and engage with this. They expect me to engage with this clown at 4 o'clock in the morning. Dude, I'm literally in bed reading a book, listening to this shit, and then typing shit into the chat. Dude, the whole time I'm typing into the chat, just roasting this dumbass. And no, I'm not going up there. And you know, my days of
For what?
engaging with
For
Leonard,
fucking
I have
what? For
no, you know, a
fucking
lot
what
of
reason?
times, a lot. Well, come on, you know, he's up there roasting, and hey, I can't let him roast me like that. I got to go up there and defend my manhood. I'm like, really? You know, I'm 61 years old. Why am I going to go up there and engage? You know, maybe some other day.
Be different if I was lying. See?
You can't let
Show be
him.
different, but I'm
You
not.
can't let
I'm
him
not.
just
You know,
judge you like that, Stanley.
shit, he ain't got no
Yes,
motherfucking
I can
choice.
let him do it.
Yeah.
Wow. That shit is
No
crazy.
choice whatsoever. It's like, dude, come on now.
Yeah, well, you're not advanced then, so you're not a man either, so you can't do it yourself.
Yeah. Stan of Lee.
It's the Black
Yeah.
Divas
Come
and the
on,
Black
Cletus, come
Butthead.
on. Ain't nothing but a short walk. Come on.
I thought y'all was cool.
Claw. Oh, we were cool. So he started on that bullshit, and I was like, oh, okay, you about that life? All right.
Yeah, I started on the bullshit, which was
You
you're
did.
not gonna,
You
you're
did.
not gonna,
Okay.
you're look. He was up on my panel, and you know, Leonard, if you let him go, it's gonna become the Leonard show, and I had to reel him back in. It's like, dude, we're not going to go talk about, you know, all this stuff that you love talking about on other panels. You know, he's starting to talk about other content creators. He's starting to go off as Leonard will do. And I'm just like, nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to stick to the top. And he got pissed off, basically. I actually probably dropped him a couple times. It's like, dude, you gotta reel it back in. And you know, finally he just got mad and left, which is perfectly fine. But basically I wouldn't let him do what he wanted to do. So I'm about that life now. My life is I'm the goddamn content creator. I'm responsible for what goes on up here.
Jesus, man.
Hey, look, it is par for the course at this point, but I figured this would be entertaining. Poor Leonard.
So let me see.
Somebody has to
We're gonna go
tolerate
here.
this person being on the planet, and they can't get away from it.
At least I don't have to do it. You know, eventually I just like turned it off and went to another channel or started listening to something else because I wasn't going up there.
Oh, of course not. No.
Let me go here.
You be crazy.
Now, sometimes
Taking your ass up there.
sometimes I do, but I've also learned that you know, most times, most panels that are going to let Leonard go this far, I'm going to be up there on in enemy territory. You know, it'll wind up being 1-on-4 because Jewel will reanimate
Easily.
Latino.
Easily.
Yeah, they're all gonna get in, and I'm just not up for that. Latino, you know, depending on who's up there, I don't mind going up on Latino's panel. But if CM or Leonard are up there, there's no reason for me to be up there because it's just gonna devolve.
Oh no, it's just man. I'm good on that. Nope.
Eternal sunshine of the spotless mind, huh?
This is what happened when you make your second child and you still not like what over 40.
What?
Yeah,
That's what happens. See,
the crazy
Get you a nice
theories.
little doggone army chick. See, you beat the brakes off the pussy. You have a child to come out like that.
Here we are. He's got to show pictures of his kids, and there's nothing wrong with being a proud father and all that. But what he does is he starts going after my son. Never met my son. As far as I know, I don't think I've ever shown a picture of my son. But dude, these guys,
and neither should you. And neither should you.
Right,
Like,
but these guys are just and Leonard. Most people don't, but Leonard does. I've literally never talked about his kids because I don't know them. Why would I? Why would I even think of his kids? But Leonard goes there, and sometimes he'll go there and dare other people to go. But this doesn't impress me. I don't know why he's doing it. If it's to impress me, then
but it's to impress some people. It does impress some people, though. That's the problem.
I can't imagine why. Knowing Leonard, I can't imagine why. He's not that impressive a guy. I mean, it's not like he made like rank. He was never like an E7 or anything like that.
We used to call them higher tenures or buck sergeants in the actual Air Force.
Yeah, and it's kind of understandable. He had broken service and all that, but dude, you weren't any sort of platoon sergeant or anything like that.
And the thing is, once they make buck sergeant or higher tenure, that's how they end up in the Army or the Marines. As soon as they get let go because you can't make rank in the Air Force, because it does happen to an E4. They do make it 10 years without making rank. Trust me, it does happen.
Yeah.
And then they kick them out, and then they go to the Marines or Army. And then they have a ton of shit to talk about the Air Force. So I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Genius. But this is going to be closing out the show, and I didn't want to do actual politics. I'm kind of did enough of it. So a few more minutes of this, and then I'm going to wrap it up. What's up, Speak Radio?
Has your face, but her color. See how that works, Stanley? See how that works? Do you see how that works? You don't know how that works, do you?
So Delta November DNA recombination. Okay, makes sense.
I don't get why is he showing me this? What is it? Dude, I'm 61. I'm not having more kids. Am I supposed to be impressed by this?
Yes.
I can't imagine. Dude, I'm happy where I am. I'm happy with the son I have. I honestly don't get what he's trying to prove. I'm just like, dude, I was a naval officer. What do I care? If I really want to talk about who ranked who's, I'd be, look, I'm glad your two children are responsible and
doing well.
Yeah. I need to thank them for their service, but that'll be about it. They're probably thank you for your service, kids.
Oh, he's in uniform, right? So you know what that means, Stanley. He does not have to pay for any college. He got that post.
This is what, and Leonard, I thought knows this. I'm not paying for any college either. My son got a full ride to Georgia Tech on an academic
job as a
scholarship.
parent. You did your job as a parent.
Like, if you want to go to all these highfalutin colleges, how about you make the grades and get an academic scholarship? And Georgia's pretty cool. If you can maintain a 3.0, you get the what is it? Governor's scholarship or Hope scholarship. But my son got a 3.7 or above, so he got the Zell Miller scholarship. Yeah, I got to pay some money every now and again. Gave him a couple $100, because today was, his first day back in the dorms. But dude, couple $100. That's all I'm going to pay this. All I'm going to pay.
Versus thousands.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, if you're going to go through high school and make C's or B's, figure out how you're going to get there, because taking out loans is just crazy. If you have the ability, and he actually did, what the fuck? Dude, I'm not going to let you sit here and make C's when you could pay your way through school. Shit, if I had my way, he'd gone to the Naval Academy. His mother and I were like, nope, Naval Academy, Marine option. The Marine officers I've known have been probably the best officers I've served with, but he didn't want to do the Naval Academy, so I'll take Georgia Tech.
And Stanley, here's one thing you never notice. All these people who are proud to have these kids so young, you never hear of their kids ever being shit, do they? Do you?
From what Leonard says, I think his kids are doing fine. Clue Studio, Georgia Tech is it's a state school. I don't know whether it's expensive or not. I mean, any state college is, Georgia is number 50 in the country. Georgia Tech is like in the 30s. Supposedly there's MIT, there's Caltech, and there's Georgia Tech. So my son's at an actual engineering school, and it's a state school, but I mean, state schools are expensive these days. So whatever.
Hell, right now, shit, Colorado State is out of this world for tuition.
Yeah, but the bottom line is he's got a full ride. I don't care whether it's expensive or not. Now there are, the smaller state schools that are cheaper.
9/11 GI Bill. He got that shit that your son does not have, Stanley.
Yes, my son doesn't have the GI Bill. See, this is all like, who cares? I'm not paying for the college. My son, when he gets out of school, if everything goes right, he won't owe any money. He can go do whatever he's going to do, and he doesn't have to worry about college loans. Who cares how you do it? GI Bill, academic scholarship, athletic scholarship. And this is that, it's always people like Leonard who want to do the Joneses, trying to keep up with the Joneses. Dude, I was born lucky. Leonard will never be as lucky as me. He worked hard to get where he is, and I respect him for it. I don't know why he has to make this, a fucking clown show.
If he didn't go to the military, he could have had mine. Yeah, I said yes.
And what's with all the theatrics? He's acting like my son is starving, or I don't know what Leonard's thinking. A lot of it is just for, the audience or people who are just taking him at his word. Believe me, my son's just fine.
Goodness sakes. Goodness sakes. See, you don't know nothing about nothing, Stanleisha.
No, I don't know nothing about nothing, Leonard.
Claude, have mercy. Come on, Miss Parker. Come on, Miss Parker. Come on. Ain't nothing but a short walk.
You think Stanley ever gonna make it to 500 subs?
He can make as many subs as he want to. That's all good.
I don't think he can.
Motherfucker took 40 years to make a baby. The fuck you on?
Listen to this motherfucker.
Videos.
Not only did I take 40 years to make a baby, and my wife did most of the work, by the way, but dude, I was there to catch him when he was born. I cut the umbilical cord, and that Fairfax that Fairfax General birthing suite was kind of expensive. I paid for the shit, through insurance and all that too. I didn't have child support or anything like that. Why should I be ashamed for doing it right? I don't get this fucking YN attitude these guys have.
With 380 subs.
Yeah, what's wrong with your doggone motherfucking tools? What is wrong with your tools, Stanley?
Damn, Sin 7 said he didn't have a son till this year.
Damn.
You see what
Well,
Sin 7?
damn.
Yo, bro. Yo, wildin', bro.
Yeah, look at that. Hey, look at Mini Me at a Halloween party. Look at Mini Me at a Halloween party. That was in 1996. Halloween party. Mini Me. And that's my homie. That's his son. Look at that back in the day. He was destined.
Now, I'm struggling to figure out why he thinks anybody cares about any of this or what the relevance is.
Wow.
Other than Leonard needs to take over what Leonard is doing now, basically took over the panel. He is the main entertainment. He wanted to do shit like this on my panel, and I just wouldn't let him. Latino lets him do it. And it is late, so Latino's probably tired. But no one, it's all really nice and all that stuff. But dude is just bringing up showing random pictures for no apparent reason, all trying to get Stanley's goat. And it is really, it's strange and it's sad.
Following his daddy's lead. Look at that patch. Stanley know what that patch is. See, they got it upside down because you don't want to misrepresent the military. Yeah, ain't that that doggone group patch?
I don't think that.
Yeah, Stanley talk all that shit. It's like Stanley was a Navy EEL, not even a Navy SEAL.
I don't think Stanley has any kids.
He does, shit.
Now, wait, did he just say he doesn't think I have kids? Well, I don't. I have one that is a kid. Oh, what? Why are these people obsessing over me? And yeah, I do talk a lot of shit, but not that much shit.
Here you go, Stanley. Stanley. When the last time you had any pussy look like that pussy?
Now, this is literally a 64-year-old on another man's panel at like 4 or 5 in the morning, showing pictures, asking me when's the last time. This dude is a pervert.
Say? Look at that. Mama and her son. Her only son.
So this dude is showing me a mother and son, asking me, what is wrong with this boy? Now, the kid looks like him, so maybe that's one of his wives or something. Maybe that's the one who choked him out. I don't know. But what do I have to be involved with this?
Got the club up. Bang, 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 bang. See, I only deal with fun-sized women. You dig? Come on, Stanley. You want to have a baby mama off? Show your baby mama.
I hate to tell you this, Leonard, but I literally don't have a baby mama, so you win.
Mama, show that she don't look like your ugly ass. Huh? Come on. Come on.
Jesus.
Come on, Stanley. Yeah. It's a doggone shame, Stanley.
What's a doggone
Then
shame?
you know
Lenny?
you got, my family looking at her like, wait a minute, you gave my brother some more pussy? Cause this baby here don't look Mexican.
You know what? I don't even. Well, it's pretty much near the end. Not too long after this, I just kind of go because it was getting early and late, and I had to get up because my son had to go back to school. So, but this is what I mean. It's like we got. Look, I don't mind.
All because of
people-
social media. All because of social media.
Look, I think what I'm trying to say is, dude, I'm sorry that I was successful.
Yes.
I'm not the most successful person you'll ever meet,
Yeah,
but
keep apologizing.
I have
Stanley.
not.
You can keep apologizing. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had any baby mama drama or anything like
The
that
dude
in my
said he wanted to
life.
do a baby mama off. That actually means that there are multiple women involved. Who fucking says that?
Dude, they're proud. Look, Seymour didn't say much. Seymour, well, you heard what he said. Oh, damn, Stanley, you waited till you're 40. I had one by the time I was 16. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
You're proud of that? I really don't want to succumb to it, but if I were inclined to think that black men were effed up, I'm sorry, these two, luckily I've known black men, for 61 years, and I've known plenty who were successful and made something of themselves and led successful lives. But yeah, these two are concerning. And thank God, I feel sorry for their children. What's up, SD? But
you
I
have
think
to
I'm gonna
realize,
wrap.
Stanley, that there's a lot of these dudes out there. They represent a large swath of these people out there, for real. This archetype represents a lot of people, unfortunately.
Yeah, but these are the same people who keep asking, why can't black people work together, pull together, be like the Asians? And dude,
Oh no.
I don't want to fucking work.
Work
I
with
don't want to
these
work with these
people?
people.
Work with
Yeah,
these
hell no.
people?
Hell no.
There be none of that. There will be none of that.
So I'm gonna wrap this up because let's see, where am I? Coming up 5.5 hours. So I should be back tomorrow. And you know what? Before I go, let me thank the early contributors to the Saturday show. I really haven't done a whole lot of housekeeping. So both American Man and Mariah have pretty much invested into the Sovereign Beer Fund, investing into the Saturday show, and definitely appreciate that. Y'all support the show by supporting the host. All that information gets dropped into the chat occasionally, and there's a crawl at the banner crawl at the bottom of the screen. Contributing show ideas is contributing to the show, and it's one of these things that believe it or not, I appreciate when people do it, because if it's left up to me, we'll do boring politics all the time. So if you don't want to be bored, contribute show ideas. I'll at least consider them, and just to kind of break the political monotony. I want to thank everyone. Clue, next time you drop by here, you ought to come up to the chat, come up to the panel. Wondering, well, anyway, you're always welcome up here. And Broke Genius, you too. MOT, of course. Always good to have you here. You add to the show, definitely.
Yeah.
The the Delta November reviews alone.
Yeah.
Just the Delta November, the weekly Delta November review. This week in Delta Novembers.
Yeah. You know what? I should make that a show title.
You should. Take it as like a
and actually, Stanley, you should have this as a show title.
Okay. Well, maybe
listening to Delta Novembers, you will become a
but you
social
know what?
Darwinist.
Probably something for Friday shows. I'll probably do that because there's plenty of Delta November footage.
Oh yeah.
From throughout the week. I actually think I'm going to do that.
Yes. And historical Delta November footage is always
So, all right, folks. And by the way,
thanks for having me on, man.
Yes, sir. I enjoyed it. Folks, if I sound more energetic than usual, my son is off to college, so it's back to the Stanley bachelor pad. So I'll see everybody tomorrow. I'm still, I was going to do a earlier show. Then I pushed it back to 4:45. I don't know. I actually think the 4:45 to 6 o'clock, once everybody kind of gets home from work, seems to get a few more people in to have a look. So I'll try it again tomorrow. Might become more or less a permanent time. That way I'm guaranteed not to do long shows because, starting at 6, I don't know that I want to be doing shows till 6 in the morning. But I appreciate everybody stopping by. I had a great time. Speak Radio salute. If I didn't say hello, I don't think I did. So Delta, the this week in Delta November review, I think that might be a Friday show. We got Short Bus Saturdays. We can do the Delta November review on Fridays. Sounds like a franchise. So that's what I'll do come Friday. So see everybody tomorrow. I don't know who's live right now, so I will let you all scatter to the winds. D 9th. I need to flirt with you more. I'll make sure and do that tomorrow. And Bobby, Anton, I'm sorry. I thought it was Bobby. Salute, Anton. Good to see you. So let me get out of here. I will see you all tomorrow.